Welcome to the January 9th meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Matt McNamara. To my right is David Haddad, who's a voting member of the board. To my left is Scott Zielinski, who is the clerk of the board. To his left is Patty Johnson, who is also a voting member of the board. We are expecting Ken Foreman, who is the vice chairman, to be with us shortly, but Mark Kuhl, who's an associate member of the board, will not be with us this evening. This evening we actually have two agendas in one. The first is the hearing that's beginning at 6 o'clock for the modification of the comprehensive permit that is issued to PF Falmouth LLC. And if that matter is not concluded before 6:30 p.m., we'll take a brief recess. We will open up the hearings that are before us at 6:30. We'll quickly table those and come back so that we can conclude this comprehensive permit. For many of you who have not been here before the board, let me just go through a couple of things that we like to share with everyone. First of all, if you do have a cell phone or an electronic device, if you'd be kind enough to silence it at this time. Our goal is to hold a fair hearing, to gather as much information so that we can make an appropriate decision on anything that's pending before us. In order to do that, we have reviewed the information submitted to the file, we've done site visits, and we will take testimony this evening from the applicant and anyone in the public that has an interest in this matter. Everyone will have an opportunity to speak on the topic. I would ask that you respect each other so that you listen to those that have been recognized by the chair. If you have been recognized to speak, please come up to the lectern because you are being televised this evening so that everyone will have the opportunity to hear what you have to say. Please at that time introduce yourself, tell us where you live so that we can have an idea of how the testimony fits in to the application. On this matter, before I ask the clerk to read it in, where it is a modification of a comprehensive permit, unlike our other applications, it only requires 3 affirmative votes of the board to take action. At this time, I'd also like to introduce Suri Budrow, who is our zoning administrator, and we will move forward with the application at this time. I would ask the clerk to kindly read this into the record for us.
Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws, you are hereby notified that PF Falmouth LLC of Boston, Mass. applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals to modify comprehensive permit 35-07 pursuant to 760 CMR 560511 Charlie, to allow changes to the site design, architectural design, cost certification process, and specifications of approval, 40B development known as Forest Cove, located at 637 Gifford Street in Falmouth.
Okay. And as we go through this, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a presentation, not to exceed 15 minutes. The board will ask questions, we'll review information from other departments, and then we'll ask for public testimony. So I'll invite Laura Moynihan to make the presentation.
Thank you. With me tonight, for the record, I'm Laura Moynihan, an attorney. I represent the applicant. With me tonight is Tina Kensey, who's the principal of the applicant here, and Walter Kucharski, who's the architect and project manager. This original permit was issued in 2007. It allowed 36 units on 11.32 acres within 18 duplexes. 9 affordable units and 27 market units were approved. The site approval and the subsidy was through Mass Housing. Mass Housing site approval required that there be a final approval issued by Mass Housing before building permits were issued. That was not done. That was not enforced. The developer, Abbey Real Estate, went ahead and pulled building permits and started the project. The reason that that is important to this application is because the original project, as it was proposed and approved, is not financially feasible. Mass Housing did not have the opportunity to review that And because of that, essentially, we are here today. And so now we have the applicant who's acquired this permit through a transfer, going through the final approval process with Mass Housing to have the project as permitted approved at the 36 units, to have the costs approved, to have the project budget approved. As Mass Housing is the subsidizing agency, it is the agency responsible for doing that to ensure that the project can proceed and is financially viable. The original developer was foreclosed on the project by the community bank. The bank ended up buying back the property. It did go to foreclosure, but was not purchased by any other developer at foreclosure. It was bank bought back, which I think is significant because it's showing that it wasn't a project that was right for any other developer. So the bank owned it until it was purchased by the applicant in late 2012. So there was about a 2-year period there after the initial 4 units were sold where it was bank owned. Not a lot was done. The property was neglected. Since the applicant purchased the property, it has been working with Mass Housing to secure the final approval for the project. As I expect you know from working on these projects, that does take many months to go through that process. So here we are now looking for your approval on the modifications to the project as required so that Mass Housing can issue its final approval. Mass Housing will not issue a final approval on the project until the zoning board approves the project modifications and until the applicant's bank agrees to finance it. So I tell you that because that is significant to why the applicant is here, why these changes are being requested. The final approval is required. It should have been given in 2009 or so when the building permits were pulled. If it had been applied for at that time, the developer would have likely been, I expect, back here before you to modify the project. There were many extraordinary costs involved, such as the wastewater treatment plant. Since the bank took over the project, I think you know, there has really not been much oversight or security for the property. The association is in trouble. There are no funds in the association to meet the obligations. The developer has been lending money to the association to pay for basic costs such as insurance on the units that are there. There are 2 unit owners that are significantly delinquent in payment of association dues to the tune of about $5,600. So going forward with this project, this particular applicant has put in funds to fix the wastewater treatment system that had been neglected, has lent money to the condominium association to keep things insured. The project has serious issues, obviously. To see it go forward, this modification is very important. The design has to change. It has to be a project that's financially feasible, that has a reasonable rate of return for anybody to want to proceed with it. Modifying the conditions and the design specs is why we're here. The applicant will pursue that through Mass Housing if the board grants its approval, which I hope it would. Obviously, everybody wants to see this project go forward and be completed and not just stay at 4 units. They will have extraordinary costs for the site cleanup, securing the site. There's been dumping on the site. There's a foundation that has to be removed. The applicant estimates that's going to be about $75,000 to $100,000 in extra costs. There will be additional legal costs for the action that will be required to collect the delinquent unit owner fees to try and bring the association back into good standing and get that up and going again. So Walter will discuss the building changes. I think I've used up my 5 minutes.
15.
Okay, I have 5.
Oh, okay.
The cost
I
certification.
thought you were going to just say, that's it.
Nope.
5 minutes.
The cost certification portion of the modification request, I think that is fairly well spelled out in your materials. There's an email from Mass Housing that you have saying that the condition of the permit, original permit that required an escrow of funding in order to secure the final cost certification for the project is not something that Mass Housing will allow. They will require a bond. They have indicated in writing that since this permit was written, the Supreme Judicial Court has affirmed that conditions addressing programmatic matters such as cost certification and our ultra-virus board authority, which is properly limited to matters of local concern. Similarly, budget review and things like that are now in the hands of the subsidizing agency and not the local board. For that reason, Mass Housing has advised the applicant that it must post surety with Mass Housing before final approval can issue, and that they require condition 13 of the permit to be modified as they believe it's beyond the authority of the board. So we've given to you in writing the request there that that condition be modified to say that the applicant will provide a surety to Mass Housing in the amount form specified by the agency to secure completion of the final cost certification for the project. A copy of the surety documentation shall also be provided to the Zoning Board of Appeals upon submission to Mass Housing. So that's the story, essentially. I would think that if the board wants to participate somehow in that final approval process, that it certainly could condition any modification to require that the Mass Housing final approval be issued to the zoning board before building permits issue. That way the board can see through that process of knowing that the costs for the project have been approved by Mass Housing, that the rate of return is reasonable and approvable under their guidelines and within the affordable housing limits. So that condition is taken care of. And certainly that would be appropriate in the circumstances that this board know that financial review has taken place and has been approved, and the project as a whole, before building permits issue for the additional units in the development. Thank you. And Walter will take over.
Good evening. I'm Walter Kaczarski with PF Falmouth, acting as architectural designer and project manager. Let's start off by just going through the list that we provided for the modifications, and start off by especially noting on the site design that we're not proposing any changes to the site design at all. The original road layout, the grading, the subsurface water runoff systems, they're all remaining as originally designed. The site plan that's up before you it faces on Gifford Street as well as Trotting Park Road towards the back. The first two buildings in the upper left corner, building 1 and 2, are the units that are currently constructed on the property. They're served by their own driveway. As you move towards the back of the property, as Laura had mentioned, one of the units had previously undergone construction. The foundation that was put in is there for building 3. That's the building that only the back of that unit faces the previous portions of the project that were constructed. Essentially from the back corner of building 2, the road was paved beyond that point to where mailboxes were put in, but the rest of the site as it stands today is cleared land. The subsurface utilities were put in, but for the most part the rest of the land remains as it was left in construction a few years ago. So again, just to reiterate, the site design as it was previously approved and designed has not changed. This is just the rendered plan of that same previous plan. So moving to the next item, The basement design, we took a careful look at when working with a bunch of GCs to price it out. We looked at the original design of the basement was a combination of a pitch slab on grade for the garage, a portion of full basement, and a portion of crawl space. Now, the three different types of construction of that foundation mean having to re-pour the foundation at 2 or 3 different times of the staging, including different forming work and more excavation work. So what we really had to work with was figuring out a way to simplify that basement construction design. Obviously, the garage slab still needs to be pitched per code, so the easiest thing to do was to take a look at that crawl space foundation and bring those walls down to a full basement, which allows us to pour the foundation in 2 shots instead of 3. There's also some complexities with mechanical systems and insulating that change because we've gone from a crawl space to a full foundation. Looking at the previous design of the basement, there was a bulkhead in every unit and 4 to 5 windows, depending on the layout of the site plan, depending on where the decks get oriented. That we looked at as a way of almost inviting habitable space or suggesting habitable space in those basements. By taking the windows out and taking the bulkhead out, it is strictly a mechanical and storage space only down in the basement at this point. The next change. The next change in the next area that we identified that was really complicating construction and driving costs for the original design was the front facade of the building. The way the massing was set in the front of the garage projected from the building, they had 2 separate dormers over the front doors and the living areas, which created almost a farmer's porch that had to extend out over the garage. This took the framing from a relatively modest sized house that could have been done all with dimensional lumber to having to be structurally engineered to engineered joists, tie down straps, having to have a knee wall that was supported by a micro lamp beam. It was something as simple as having to offset those dormers really created a condition from a framing perspective that drove the cost of the construction of the unit from a material standpoint and from a labor to really an nth degree. So sitting back down and looking at some of the spans, we were able to essentially start with the garage as a part that was protruding from the building already and put a dormer there where it was already suggested to be one, but make it wide enough so that there was still a front covered entry porch from the original design and created a front deck essentially with 2 or 3 steps depending on the grading at the front. So we felt by changing to a central dormer, it started as a cost construction standpoint, but it also became a marketability standpoint of simplifying the front of the building, but also creating that covered entry that was still there from the previous design.
Walter, just while you're taking your pause, the 15 minutes has expired, so I'm going to ask the board to allow the applicant to continue to 6:30, at which time we're going to take a brief recess anyway. So I need to have a motion.
So
by
moved.
that. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, unanimous vote. You've got till 6:30.
Appreciate it, thank you. The next item is more of just an interior remodeling, essentially a reorganization. When we looked at this, we're also looking in terms of marketability, almost more so than from a cost standpoint. It's more important at the end of the day to be able to sell the units, and in our active developments that are currently ongoing, the demand for flexible space and open living is 2 things that people can't get enough of. They want everything under the sun, and giving them the most flexible layout allows them to look at things a different way. So the previous design had a closed off kitchen. It did have a pass through which allowed for some openness, but we basically just took out that interior partition. It wasn't load bearing, reoriented the kitchen so that it is an open concept, creates a wide open first floor plan, so it's very expansive space from the front of the unit to the back. And from an architectural standpoint, the last modification occurs on the 2nd floor plan. By changing the facade of the building, it also had an interior reorganization on the 2nd floor of the building. The loft space that used to occur is still in the same location as it was originally. It's just is not lofted to the floor below. From a privacy standpoint, this is where it becomes as a 2nd flexible living space for somebody. Now it's labeled as unfinished storage space, but that's really just a placeholder for whoever comes in. Is it going to be an office? Is it going to be a den? It's kind of their choice that they work with us as a custom builder to decide what they want it as for a space. They might just leave it as, some misses might come in, make it a walk-in closet. We've had all kinds of different requests. So for right now, I left it as unfinished storage space. It has a door on it because it will truly be unfinished space per our specs. It will have wiring in it, it'll have lighting in it, it'll be insulated, but there will be no drywall, there will be no flooring in that space. So if somebody bought the unit as was and wanted to leave it there, that's the condition that they would be getting in. And the previous design, when it became from a 2-bedroom layout to a 3-bedroom layout, that open loft, the loft wall was a half wall as originally designed, was closed in, and a door was added, and that space then became the 3rd bedroom for the unit. So no different in the design that we're proposing. That same space, what was a loft that we've turned into a non-loft, that becomes the 3rd bedroom in a 3-bedroom layout as per the approved civil plans. There's an additional space now that we've created, a central dormer at the front of the building that's also been labeled as unfinished storage space. So in a 3-bedroom layout, there's still the opportunity for a prospective buyer to have some ability to customize the space, to create a family room, to create a den, to create a home office. Spaces that in the current design most likely would have ended up in the basement, but now it's just on the main living spaces and out of the uninhabitable space in the basement. That concludes the architectural designs that we've made to the project. And again, looking at it from a cost standpoint, but also from a marketability and flexibility demands that we're really seeing from current buyers in other projects. The next thing I listed on here was specifications. In the original decision, it was specifically noted that the original applicant had to provide specifications to be included in the decision. So I went through those and just broke them out. Previously, they weren't as separated from market rate to affordable rate, and he obviously was building to a different affordable rate specification. So all I did was separate those two out so that you could see them side by side, and then followed the same format. And the reason it's listed as minimal modifications because the only real modifications to the spec is just to meet the drawing changes that we've talked about tonight. In terms of how the affordable units are specified out, or the market rates are finished out in terms of trim, in terms of flooring, in terms of granite cabinets or granite counters, excuse me, and those type of items. There are no changes in there. They really are minimalistic, but I felt that it was, to be accurately represented, it to at least be noted that the format had changed, and there's a few things in there that have changed apples to apples, but it's nothing really notable from that standpoint. So at this point, that concludes.
Just one more comment since we have 5 minutes. Walter touched a little bit on the marketability aspect of this, and as times have changed now, and I mean, I expect many of you know, when you're marketing these units, people want to be able to come in and say, I want this and I want to customize it. That's a really important part of being able to sell the market units. And with this type of development, there are 9 affordable units. They will lose money on all of those units. They will not. Those units will cost about $200,000 to construct, and they're not going to get $200,000 for them. They might get somewhere around 130 to 150, depending on the family size. So that's well known, and I think you all know that you are as a developer, you're losing money on your affordable units. So you have to be able, in order to do the development, you have to be able to go into a project like this knowing that you can sell the market units. You have to know that you can sell them. So this is, I think, a new thing that we're seeing and we will be seeing more of. And even in non-affordable housing developments, locally, new condominium projects, the buyers that are coming in, all of the units are being customized because that's what people want. So I think that's a big part of this and is very important to the project because any developer, anybody, has to know that they can sell those market units and not carry them. And because they are going to be carrying the affordable units. there will be carrying costs associated with that, and there'll be losses associated with that. So maybe more information than you need, but I think really an important part of why these changes are being proposed, because it is significant to the development. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to ask the clerk to just provide us with any information from other departments, and if there's been any communications submitted to the file.
We have a communique between the Conservation Commission on January 6th to Ms. Bedreau from the Conservation Agent. And it says, the proposed changes for this project do not expand the footprint of the original project proposed under the abbreviated notice of Resource Area Delineation, Department 25-3260. The Commission has no concern with the proposals. However, there has been considerable dumping beyond the proposed limit of work within conservation jurisdiction. Debris and dumped material must be removed and may need to be replanted with native species if considerable damage has been done to the resource area buffer. Corrective measures should be taken as soon as the snow melts and steps taken to discourage/stop future dumping. And then there is some information submitted by John and Carol Sutherland that I believe are here, so it's been in the files.
All right. It's now 6:30, as I mentioned at the beginning of the evening. We're going to take a brief recess on this particular matter so that we can open up the balance of our hearings, which I will then ask the board to table, and we will come back to this matter. As there have been a number of new people that have come in this evening, I just would like to ask again that you cooperate with this board and provide courtesy and respect to those that are speaking by paying attention to them. You'll have an opportunity to speak. Please don't carry on any private conversations amongst yourself because it'll distract the board in trying to pay attention to the application before them. So at this time, I would like to open up the hearings that are scheduled at 6:30 p.m. We have 5 new hearings. Following those hearings, the board does have a brief agenda for its own business. And at this time, I'd ask the board to continue the hearing scheduled for 6:30 p.m. until we conclude for this evening the matter of application 117-13.
So moved.
Second.
Is that you?
Yep.
Mr.
Second.
Foreman, Mr. Zelinski, all those in favor of tabling those matters, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. Okay, back to the Forest Cove development as we know it. And I'll entertain questions from the board, and Laura will probably direct them through you, and we'll see where we go from there. Want to start, Scott?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, Laura. During your first 5 minutes, you had mentioned a $75,000 budget to take out a foundation and some other things. Could you go over that with me again?
Well, estimated extraordinary site costs that the applicant estimates. It's a ballpark estimate to deal with the foundation that's there, the site cleanup that you've heard about, the dumping that's gone on the property, securing the property, fixing what needs to be fixed, basically because things have been neglected as they have been since the original units were sold. So that's, again, ballpark. We don't have specific numbers on it, but that's what they're thinking will be required.
And where's that money coming from?
It's coming from the developer. It's part of the site, will be part of the site improvement budget.
And if it isn't, how is that, what I'm asking, I guess, is how is that tracked and how is it reported, what they use and the amount and the balance of the monies that we're talking about?
Well, do you want to answer?
Yeah. I believe there might just be some confusion from the condominium standpoint we talked about versus the developer standpoint. So but I think the point Laura was making that is if this was a brand new project that we were coming into, you can get a grasp on kind of what's in front of you in terms of the site. But what we're talking about is remediation. and plantings and fencing that's down, conservation requirements, signage that's missing out on the site, security for pedestrians, but also for vehicle traffic that's cutting through. So what we're talking about is money that developer will have to put in as part of a construction standpoint to bring the site back to remediation from work that was either negligible or wasn't done properly previously. And some of that includes work that was done previously by the developer of using pine 2x4s and grinding them up into pine mulch and using them around the building, which then caused mold on the side of the building. So, I mean, there's mediation that has to occur from a stormwater standpoint, from a landscaping standpoint, from the construction of the foundation that was in there that needs to be taken out again. So, those is a ballpark of a $75,000 allowance is anyone's guess, especially from our standpoint, until we're able to get out there and get mobilized. But it is a cost that we expect to have to absorb taking the project on.
You can understand why that can be a sticky situation for us is when you're asking for changes in this comprehensive permit to be more cost effective and to be able to run this project through, and then you have a ballpark figure, it's hard to balance that. You following them?
Yeah, I mean, there's allowances certainly always, and this is an allowance that isn't an additional allowance than you would normally see, and that's the point that we're making. We have allowances as any developer would for cost tracking, and this is just one more category that we're trying to make sure we can absorb, that when we're making decisions design-wise or construction-wise and phasing-wise, that we have the ability to account for these to make sure that it's a viable project.
Okay. And you had mentioned eliminating the bulkhead and windows from the basement to avoid habitation in the basements.
Correct.
But yet, the changes that you propose in the loft areas that you classify as an office or a study, couldn't those also be used as bedrooms?
It could be from a standpoint of, could somebody come in there and put a bed in that room? Yes. Somebody could also put a bed in a walk-in closet or in the basement, even if there are no windows. So what we're having to look at is we understand the magnitude of the way the project was permitted from a bedroom standpoint and certainly from a wastewater treatment standpoint. The way we looked at the previous basement was that as a marketability standpoint, can we offer to buyers to finish that out as a family room and that be as valuable as providing 2 full-size windows on the second floor that overlook the landscaping of the property? You know, a marketability standpoint, that made more sense for us to be able to provide that habitable space on the upstairs. Now, does that mean that they could use it in a separate way? Possibly, but we feel that being involved from the construction and from an upgrade standpoint, we're involved with the customization of these build-outs. So we're there with the buyer. So if the buyer tells us we want to put a closet into there, say no, because then that's becoming a bedroom. It has a window, it has a door, and it's a closed room with a closet. That's not allowed. So we have the ability to police that from a standpoint. And then as the project gets built, the condo association has to begin policing that. If they see their neighbors building out a bedroom or getting deliveries, we have to rely on the condo association, which we will be a part of for a very long time to do that. Also, no construction is supposed to happen without a Town of Falmouth building permit. And all these units are strictly deeded every time they're sold, whether it's a 2-bedroom unit or a 3-bedroom unit, which ties back to this comprehensive permit and the original site plan. So those are the 3 layers of kind of administrative policing that can happen. And then on top of that, the wastewater management treatment, which is why the bedroom restrictions put in place, has to be tested quarterly. So if one of those tests comes back either in a approaching warning level or a warning level or a default level, that gets brought back to the attention of the condo association, and depending on when that report comes back, it'll be fairly clear what changes that happened from the last quarter to the new quarter, and to be able to help prevent against that. So.
All right, and my last question is, you said you cut out the bulkheads to save money. Well, let me finish, please. Are there any storage units anywhere else? I mean, you can't bring your lawnmower or your lawn furniture and all of that stuff into the house and down into the basement if you're going to store it for the winter.
Sure.
I mean, so how would you suggest that they would go about doing that?
Right. I mean, lawnmower, obviously not a need because it's a condo
I
association,
understand.
so everything's maintained. So, but yeah, a valid point on the patio furniture, are they going to bring it through their front door and down twice a year? You know, possibly not. You know, we have the garage space as well that's available, depending on how they utilize that. But a bulkhead could be something that is a possible upgrade for a buyer as well if they said, you know, I've got my hammock swing set that I have to go down. That's when we're talking about, okay, we can have a bulkhead in there, you can have that access, but
How would you service your mechanicals downstairs? If the water heater goes out, you bring it in through the house?
yeah, you've got a
Or-
3-foot front door.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Patty?
You mentioned that the new buyer that you're representing acquired the property in May 2012. When did they start, or have they started the process with mass housing? And what kind of date do you have for the first step on the new buyer trying to go to mass housing?
Well, the property was actually acquired in late 2012.
Somebody had said May
No,
2012.
it wasn't May, late, I said. I believe it was October. Right. October of 2012. Okay? So after that point in time, then there was a process where the process with mass housing starts in terms of looking at the project as designed,
Now,
costing it out.
when did they start that with the Mass Highway? Mass Highway.
After buying.
Sorry.
After buying the property. So it's
Right,
taken.
right away they started?
Pretty much, yeah. So there is, before you get to mass housing, the developer has to go out and cost what was approved. Go to contractors, look at the construction, and that's why you're getting so much detail here. Because that process, and Walter could talk more about that if you want more details on that, but that took 6 months to get through that, where various contractors were contacted, the plans were reviewed, the conclusion was reached that the costs were excessive, that the construction as designed was not going to be feasible to get the final approval from mass housing. And again, that's why I say this should have been done in 2007, after the comprehensive permit was issued, but it wasn't. So then the process starts with mass housing, of putting together an application for the final approval, which has been 6-8 months going now. They still don't have that because mass housing requires 2 additional things.
Yeah.
Your approval of the modification and the bank's approval of the financing.
When this buyer acquired the project, were they aware of all the additional costs? Were they aware of the fact that mass housing had never seen the other, plans? I mean, had never been submitted to mass housing? Did they know all those facts when they bought and acquired it through foreclosure?
Well, some. I mean, I think in terms of evaluating the project as a whole, I think the answer is no, because as you can see, that project has taken a full year to do that. But there's a certain amount of due diligence that's done by anybody, and that this developer did in terms of reading going through the permits, seeing what was approved, looking at the plans. But until you actually get to the point of acquiring the property, nobody's going to invest that kind of time and expense into what is required for these projects. I mean, this final approval process through the subsidizing agency is heavy. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of cost. So I think the answer is yes, some due diligence was done, but not to the extent that was carried out after the purchase.
And we have, is there a recorded conservation restriction on this property?
I don't, there is, okay. I know
There
there was
is a
one-
recorded-
Yeah, I haven't checked myself, but Tina is nodding that there is a recorded restriction in place.
That answer to that is yes.
Yes.
It seems vague on the number of bedrooms that these buildings are going to have. We have a calculation provided on the original approval that we're 7.9 bedrooms per acre when you take the entire project. Is that going to be exceeded?
That will not change.
That will not change?
The original bedroom count, the original number of units from the approval that the board granted is not changing. The design elements are changing.
But it sounds like a person buying a market rate unit can either have 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms.
The special permit conditioned how many units can have 3 bedrooms, how many units can have 2 bedrooms. They're not asking for any
Okay.
change to that bedroom count, and that's spelled out in the previous special permit.
So,
If you approve this, you will adopt the conditions that are not changing. So that's not a point that needs to be gone over right now.
okay, but it just seemed, you were vague on how much modification or how much customizing an individual buyer could make. But it sounds like,
No, so just to kind of start from the beginning of it, like I said, the original site plan had called out which units were 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom based off of the design of the sewer system, and then working with the previous developer, spreading it out so not their 3 bedrooms were next to it, you know. So we're not proposing any changes to where they're located or how many, following
Okay.
the, what was previously permitted.
and one other question, are there any decks to be included in the unit?
Right, so the previous approval had a rear deck or side deck, and it's also shown on the site plan, depending on how the building's oriented, and then whether you consider the front porch covered area a deck or not. It kind of seen it written 2 or 3 different ways, but I would consider it as a front and back porch, essentially.
However, your proposed typical first floor plan includes, there are no decks on that. At least the copy I'm looking at has no decks. Even though,
It's got steps to grade. Yeah, so right now, it has, the deck size has not been defined, but there is a 5x6 deck with the steps down to the grade, and that's on the side of the units here.
this
So
house
it's
is
not
so,
defined in size as large as the previous plans, but that's something that's still to be defined.
and can, one last question. What is the square footage of the units?
It's been a while since I've looked at that. I would have to get back to you on that one.
Okay.
I've got it calculated, it's just not in front of me. But the footprint of the foundations has remained the same based off of the original permitted plans. So if it's varied in any from the massing of the building that we've changed, it's going to be minimal tolerance one way or another, but I can get back to you with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Okay. Thanks, David.
How are you, Walter?
Good, you?
The basement plan, the change in that, is that offered to market rate and the affordables?
On the affordable units, the thing we're looking at with the GC was the elimination of the basement altogether and looking at locating the mechanicals on the inside of the unit from there. So from a market as opposed to affordable, the affordables would have a slab on grade. And again, that's, as Laura had discussed before, the type of loss that comes with building the affordable units and the cost that goes into a full basement.
All right. And there's what, there's 27, I think Laura mentioned last time, 27 market rate, 9 affordables.
Yep. Yeah, 1 out of every 4 has to be built as an affordable.
And just to clarify what Patty was touching on with the bedrooms, I know that hasn't changed, but it does seem kind of odd that you're offering up with this dormer change, that unfinished space. Wouldn't that set up for habitable space, like you mentioned in the basement?
Yeah, well, the concern was, again, looking at a flexibility of a design, and the tough part about inheriting the same design of every single one of these buildings from the original permitted plans is that whether it's a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, it has to be designed the same from the exterior massing standpoint. So if we're striving to create a flexible space that we know the prospective buyers are going to demand on a 2-bedroom unit, we have 2 flexible spaces for them, but on a 3-bedroom, if we hadn't had given that extra dormer space, then we'd not be able to afford that type of flexibility to somebody buying a 3-bedroom unit. They would only be able to have 3 bedrooms and no office or den or that nature. So that's where it varies from the 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom unit. That yes, in a 2-bedroom, there's 2 flexible spaces that are to be built out or to be left as storage, depending on the unit owner. And in a 3-bedroom, there's an additional space that could be designed to their taste.
If I could just add too, that all these building permit applications are reviewed through your office. So, you know, there's a sign-off process as far as the plans go, particularly on a comprehensive permit. So in terms of the initial construction and doing something that's not approvable or allowed, I mean, that's you know, there's a built-in review process.
Laura, wouldn't you say that the affordables would need more of that flexibility now that their basement's gone? They don't have any storage for that unfinished space.
Flexibility in downstairs or upstairs?
They'd actually be the ones that would need more of that flexibility now that their storage is gone.
Well, there's still, yeah, they still have the 2 spaces. So they have a garage, right? So, I mean, the storage isn't gone. And again, I mean, these are 2-bedroom units. So flexibility, I think he's talking about, is on the market rate units.
I understand that.
Wait a minute.
Laura, last time we met, you mentioned cost-cutting measures, which I understand. I think we all understand that, but you mentioned hardship. Did you mean with that the $75,000 to $100,000 to clean up the site? Was that the hardship you were referring to?
I don't recall how I used that term hardship, quite honestly.
I didn't either, but I wrote that down, hardship.
Hardship. Well, I mean, I think it's a hardship for a number of reasons to not have this project proceed. It's a hardship for the existing unit owners that are there because they're absorbing the costs and the status of the condominium project with only 4 units. It's a hardship, I think, to the town because they approved an affordable housing project and it hasn't been completed. And as far as the development costs go with the approved project, I mean, it could be construed as a hardship to a developer, but the reality of it is that the developer is not going to be able to get it approved through mass housing. So it's kind of a moot point. The developer can't get it approved through mass housing. As the board has allowed it based on the design, then there's not going to be a project. It won't be completed.
And just one more thing, Tina might be better answering this. I was looking at some emails, some correspondence with the office and Tina, and I know the office was mentioning multiple times regarding trash pickup, lighting, the stop signs, the wastewater, changes to the master deed, but it never seemed to get anywhere. How do you explain that?
Well, I think, I mean, Tina can comment as well as she wants. But the costs, all of those things cost money, obviously. And you have a project here that has required significant costs before the final approvals have even been issued for it. Some of them I mentioned, the $14,000 that's been put in to fix the wastewater treatment plant that, from what Tina tells me, had some kind of gaping hole in it, was, you know, a safety hazard. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that they've been dealing with. Paying the association costs because of the lack of funds in those accounts, largely due to the failure of unit owners to pay their condominium dues. So when you have a developer that's acquired a project and has absorbed these pretty significant costs even before they have final approval and know that they can build it out, it's pretty hard to, you know, require somebody to continue to be putting money into it to fix everything before they even know that they can go ahead and build. Do you want to add anything to that? But that's the financial reality of it. You got to know you can.
A lot of those things are safety. I would think that'd be something you would start a starting point anyway if you were in earnest jumping in to the project. Just my thought. All right, thank you.
Well, I mean, as I think you can tell, there are, you know, are issues here with the developer and coming in and working with this condominium association. It has not been an easy process. So I think obviously the intention is to get this project back on track, to correct any of the items that need to be corrected or fixed from the prior developer, or the absence of oversight of the property, and to put the money into that and do that and bring it up to speed. But it's not going to happen overnight because there's a process involved of the approvals and getting the financing to know that you can do it. Once all that falls into place, I think this developer is committed to doing that and bringing it up to speed and complying with the conditions of the permit and making it a nice place.
I do have actually one more question for Walter. Walter, you mentioned cost cutting. That's why you changed the for the single central dormer as opposed to the two. You mentioned you know, the overhangs for the roof and whatnot. Me personally, I like the vaulted ceiling, so I don't know, to each his own. And I think it does set up for an additional bedroom. But did you look at any other ways to cut costs, keeping that same layout, exterior?
We looked at it pretty much from head to toe with 3 GCs, essentially. And the vaulted ceiling, it definitely comes at a premium, and it was one that involves not only a structural standpoint, but also goes into insulation and finish and painting, you know, things working 18 feet above head, you know, that most contractors look at and don't get too warm and fuzzy about. So it was an area that, you know, it had to be looked at and was weighed against a few options, but that was one of the reasons why we looked at opening that kitchen up, so that we didn't necessarily have as expansive vertical space, but by picking up another 12 feet in the depth of the space, I mean, the unit's going to be a wide open first floor plan. So we did consider it, and but ultimately the amount of framing and structural lumber that went in, I mean, we're talking about going from 2x8s on the floors and the ceilings in terms of framing the roof to engineered lumber and microlam beams and special metal connectors to transfer loads back down. So from a structural framing lumber standpoint alone, the savings on that, it outweighed any of the other alternatives.
Okay, thank you.
Good catch.
So you mentioned the savings on that. Is there an actual number for the cost differential between doing the dormer, the 2 dormers versus the single dormer per unit?
Not broken out because we've done these changes in groups necessarily. So what we've been looking at is starting with the different GCs, and you obviously they come back to you with your first bid, and you work your way down, and you work with them. We're making changes on the plan. So I don't have an exact number that I can put to that.
Approximate number?
Hmm?
An approximate number?
It's lumped in with so many things that it wouldn't be worth anything to throw a number at it.
Are the units, the ones that are going to be 2 versus 3 bedrooms, are they designated, or is that just sort of dependent on?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, on the recorded site plan previously approved, there is a table on one of the sheets, and that says building 4B, 4A, or 3-bedroom,
Okay.
and 4B is unaffordable. So that matrix predetermined.
Affordable and or 2 or 3
Yeah,
bedrooms?
which ones are 2s, 3s, and it has the mix.
I
that
know that
required.
it says they're affordable, but I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if it designated whether they were 2 or 3. Okay. Is there, how many square feet on the second floor of the new design is devoted to an actual bedroom space versus your flexible storage space?
So the sizing of what's considered master bedroom on the second floor as opposed to
Right.
one of the others. So in the bedroom up on this floor, it's roughly 14.6 by 13.6, and this unfinished space is quite long, 17 by, looks like 14, and then this space is over the garage, is again long, but more narrow.
So you got about 200 square feet in the bedrooms, and maybe twice that in the storage.
Yeah.
Is there, why not make the bedroom bigger? Why not take advantage of that storage space, especially
Yeah.
for your 2-bedroom units, so that our angst about you having multiple bedrooms up there goes away?
We've looked at it, and one of the constrictions is that, so what I gave you was the bedroom dimension, right? But what I didn't give you was the additional 8 feet of closet.
Right.
That's in there. So by the time to get a comparable sized walk-in closet, we're constricted by the stair on one side and the bath on the other side. And right now, one of the things that the previous developer did do well is that the bathroom stacks exactly over the first floor. So the plumbing labor to rough out the building is much less. So it's something we looked at. There's a case to be made that it could flip to the front as well, and that's something that could happen depending on which one you choose to
You could do
finish
it.
out. But then your proximity to having a master suite bathroom is gone. So we're really kind of landlocked by that stair in that bathroom designated, that's really directed the spatial organization on that second floor. Because if we move the bedroom to either side of that bathroom, it's going to lose connection, and we won't have a master suite, which, from a marketing standpoint, is everyone's #1 priority these days.
It just seems, yeah. All right, well, I guess you've addressed my question.
All right. Laura, if I could address my questions, at least initially through you. The first one is, just for my education, how did the building permits get issued without Mass Housing's approval?
Well, probably the zoning board did not condition the comprehensive permit as a condition to require that the Mass Housing final approval be submitted before building permits issued. The developer was bound by the Mass Housing site approval because there is a specific statement in it that says final approval will be required before any construction starts.
So the initial developer just took the risk of doing that without Mass Housing's approval.
Right, and and that's why Mass Housing is there. It's the subsidizing agency. And now, of course, since 2010, having that type of condition in a permit is much more important because the board is not allowed to review budgets or look at costs issues. So you have to rely.
With some exceptions,
Well,
which we'll
anyway,
talk
we
about.
don't, you have to be able to rely on the fact that the subsidizing agency, whether it's Mass Housing or DHCD, has given its final approval before the building permit's issued, because as in this case, the original site approval letter was for 60 units. So there might have been some preliminary cost information that was submitted that was inflated, because you're looking at a 60-unit project, your approval, comes down to 36 units, you have a much different project, which is really what we have. So anyway, but that's, I expect, not that the zoning board was required to do that, but it wasn't conditional.
Why specifically did Mass Housing not approve the project?
The final approval was not submitted by the prior developer for the project as approved.
So was that submitted to Mass Housing by this developer?
No, because when,
So there's never been a rejection from Mass Housing of,
no, but the process, the way the process goes is that Mass Housing generally will require, in order to issue any approval, they'll require a certain rate of return on the project, or they're not going to issue the approval. So when this developer went through the process of costing it out, as you've heard, the project was not going to come back with any return. So there was no way Mass Housing was ever going to approve it, or a bank would finance it.
okay. If the Zoning Board of Appeals does not approve these changes, does it make the project uneconomic?
Yes, because it's not going to receive financing, and it's not going to receive the necessary approval to get building permits.
Okay. Then if it is uneconomic, that's where we get the opportunity to look at the financial information. And I wonder why you didn't give us a revised pro forma.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that, because, based on what the courts have said and what you have in your file from Mass Housing already on this particular project, you've already confirmed that the cost issues are taken care of through their department. It's not up to the local board to be looking at the project budget.
Until there's a modification request and there's a claim of it becoming uneconomic.
Not necessarily.
Well, we may disagree on that, so
Right.
so-
Well, we can go to Mass Housing and we can get them to advise you on, what the Supreme Judicial Court has said about the financial approval process.
We could probably go that route, or we could look at the Wellesley Commons versus Wellesley ZBA decision, many of the others that HAC has already generated, and I'm sure you're very familiar with that. But I think to try to cut that part of it short, you're saying it's not financially feasible, and yet we can't get any numbers as to what changes. So Mr. Foreman asked earlier, what specifically would be the cost savings? And the answer was, we can't give you exactly. And then it was, well, it wouldn't be of any value because it's all lumped together with so many other things. So we don't know what the profit margin is. So can you tell us overall what the savings are anticipated?
Let me come up to the podium.
So many GCs have sat down, but from day one of taking the previous developer's plans and bringing it to the first GC to where we are now, I believe it's somewhere about a $70,000 per building savings from a construction standpoint. And that includes the construction of the building and the associated site work for each building. That includes the tying into the stormwater and to the sanitary system, because each building requires its own septic tank, which then goes into the rest of the system from there. So there's a bit of underground work associated with each building.
So $70,000 per building. That's a duplex building?
Correct.
Not
Yep.
per
So
unit?
for 2 units,
Okay.
correct.
Well, while you're there, I'll ask a couple of questions that I think you may have brought up. And you mentioned one of them was the wastewater treatment plant itself. When I look back at the file, a wastewater treatment plant was always envisioned. So where has there been the additional cost because of the wastewater treatment plant?
Sorry, so what you're referring to is when the bank took the property back and went to inspect the property, they found that the proper upkeep of that system, which is a very extensive system, had not been done. So when they brought in a consultant to look at the system from head to toe, that's when he identified a laundry list of items that were either neglected or broken. Pumps, electrical switches, things that needed to be cleaned, replaced. That's where it generated the list to the bank and to us to say, okay, these are the items that have to be fixed. So we moved forward with fixing that system at that time to get it back to 100% running.
Wouldn't repair and maintenance typically be after the fact, not initial costs in the project?
I'm not sure I follow, sorry.
Well, you install a system and it needs to get repaired later on. The developer's not necessarily on the hook for that, or if the developer is, there's a contingency.
Excuse me, if I may, Tina Brzezinski, PF Falmouth LLC. To one correction, it was, we actually had that work done. We had someone come in and check all the problems with the system. The way the condo docs are written, the developer is responsible for this system until the entire project is handed over.
Mm-hmm.
So, to answer what you were mentioning is the problems were that the initial developer didn't finish anything. So what Walter was alluding to was a hole with a piece of rotted plywood over it that anyone could have fallen into. Things like that. So we had to order a $5,000 cover for it, a special hydraulic cover, that kind of thing. Pumps that were in disrepair, things like that. So I'm not quite sure if that's answering your question.
But aren't there a lot of things that haven't been finished in this project that will cost money, and you're not asking twice for that?
No. I guess I'm not really following your question.
Well, you said that the septic system, the treatment plant had not been finished, but it had been budgeted for.
No, it's different things. So, correct. We know that we have to tie in, and as Walter said, we have a system that we have to put for each building. There's a tank that has to go, and it has to be tied in. Yes, we're aware of that. No, we were not aware that there were safety issues on the property until we had that done, and we had that addressed and had them resolved. So that's what he's addressing there. But there are other issues that the unit owners have brought up to us. There's supposed to be rain gardens, and they're essentially turning into swamps. There are various site issues that have to be addressed and things like that, which we are aware of them. We are planning to address it, but that's part of when we mobilize for the entire project. So as a developer, you have allocations and budgets, and that's what we've done. We've gotten some surprises, and that's what's being referenced. But the bottom line is the savings per building, and I didn't realize that that's what you're looking for, is approximately $70,000 per building. And as Laura mentioned earlier, we're looking at a loss. So for every 4 units sold, built, 1 has to be designated affordable. We anticipate getting between $130,000 to $150,000, depending whether it's a 2 or 3 bed. The other issue with it is that the affordable units on the Cape right now are not selling. So we're looking at, even once we build it, having to carry it, pay condo fees, and pay taxes on the property for an indefinite period of time. The former developer had a very difficult time selling the unit. Generally, I don't know if it's DHCD or the other group you were talking about, their attitude is you just keep dropping the price until you sell it. This information I'm aware of, I have another affordable housing 40B project in Danvers, Mass, and I've been going back and forth with Mass Housing on many issues. The issues with the affordable units extend quite a ways, beyond losing money on every unit you build. They're very hard to find a person to purchase it, and then it's very hard for that person to get financing. So that's sort of the wild card in all of this. So we can make our projections, but we don't know, are we going to be carrying these units for 3 years? Are we going to be carrying them for 6 months? We're not sure. But my conversation with Catherine Lacey at Mass Housing in around December 20th is that she's hearing constant reports from the Cape that the affordable units, they're not selling. And the response that they're getting from the other groups are just reduce the price until it sells. So as far as they're concerned, if you have to sell for $50,000, you sell it for $50,000.
That information that you just shared, and of course, I would imagine every affordable unit is a lost lead in many ways in any 40B project. So that's something you're familiar with as an experienced developer. But the information that they're not selling on the Cape and all of the deficiencies that you've discovered, wasn't that reflected in your acquisition cost? The price you paid the bank?
No, absolutely not. The reality is, for this project, because of what's remaining for the work that has to be done, and I don't know how to say this without saying crass, is that the project should have been handed over for nothing, or we should have been paid to take over the project. This is a very tight project. There's not a lot of profit in it at all. It's going to take a long time to build because you have to do it in phases, because that's the only way it's going to be financeable. Right now it's very hard for anyone to get financing on new construction. And, you know, there's issues with, I was referring to mass housing, and as I mentioned, we have another project on the North Shore. We have several units that are affordable. We have several people that are planning to go use mass housing for their financing, because they have their financing agency. We learned Tuesday that mass housing will not provide financing to any of our buyers until we have 70% of the entire project sold, as in transferred. And in this project, so for example, if the units were 40B, I have 18 of them. It's 25% of the project. So basically, they're saying they're not going to finance any of the units that they are requiring to be affordable. So it's multi-level. And then you have the other issues with new construction. To be Fannie Mae approved, you have to be 70% pre-sold. So it's a challenge to have a project. And as far as this information, I'm learning it as I go, because as everyone knows, the financing market changes constantly. You know, we had the recession, everyone pulled back, financing became a lot tighter. And that was why a lot of affordable units stopped selling. You know, see it in Boston, Boston, the BRA has their affordable housing requirement. They have their own thing separate from the state. Those units weren't selling. It's just across the board, the financing issue is a major issue for everyone. And as I said, I'm learning as I go. I never anticipated that mass housing, where 1 month ago we thought we were all set. Now we're finding out 2 days ago that because we've started the next phase, we've started selling them, they will not even accept any financing in any of our first phase units. So I'm left with 9 people with issues. So then where does that put the developer? Because then you're in a situation where you're anticipating all these other people to be sold. In order to get Fannie Mae approval for financing, you have to be 70% pre-sold. So it's really, there's so many challenges that come along with this, and so many risks that the developer has to take, that it is a really big challenge.
Tina, how much did you pay for this project?
We paid 600 and, I don't have the, 8. I don't know offhand, I'm sorry, I didn't look it up.
Okay. Do you know what the assessed value of the land is?
No.
Do you know what the value of the improvements made to the project already are?
I didn't bring the tax assessment form with me, so.
I guess I would question, you know, why is that information relevant?
Well, because you're saying that it's uneconomic unless we make these changes. We're saying that
We're saying that the project isn't approvable by mass housing.
No, I asked
So
you
how-
specifically, if the Zoning Board of Appeals did not approve these changes, would it render the project uneconomic? And your answer was yes.
Well, uneconomic in the sense that nobody's going to do the project, and mass housing isn't going to allow it.
Right.
So, and I offered to have mass housing write to you and explain that to you as to how they're going to be
Well, we
reviewing
haven't
all
even
these
answered,
project
we haven't
costs.
even asked all our questions yet, Laura. I'm sure by the end of this hearing, we'll talk about whether or not we need to continue this and what information would be valuable to provide us. But in order for me to, I'm asking the questions in order for me to understand the uneconomic aspect of this and what's going to happen. If all of these deficiencies weren't discovered at the time through the due diligence of a new developer, what comfort level do we have that this developer won't leave this project hanging as well with multiple deficiencies? So yes, we have an interest from the town of Falmouth to make sure this project goes forward in a fashion that's approvable. But unless we have an understanding of it, based on the issues that you have raised, we can't guarantee that.
But I guess what I'm getting at is that if you're asking for financial information, then I think it exceeds the authority of the board. And you
Well-
know that your review is limited to issues of local concern,
Laura.
construction,
Laura,
public
Laura,
health,
excuse me.
safety, and the environment.
I'll take the risk of asking the questions. If you'd like to say, I don't want to answer them, go ahead. But I'll take the risk, and the board will take the risk of asking the questions that it needs to get the information to make a decision.
Okay, so, but what I guess what I'm saying is that if you're requesting a full project budget, then why not just request it and let the applicant go to Mass Housing and decide if that's something that should be submitted? But dancing around, what's the appraised value, how much did you pay for
Laura,
it?
I
how much are you
have never
asking
been
for per
accused of
unit?
dancing around an issue, and I doubt that this evening I
All right,
have.
So, if-
So let's move on. Walter, let me ask you a question.
well, I can give you the answer to what was paid for the property, because I have the deed, I believe it was $810,000. The assessed value, well, that would be difficult to determine. I mean, I guess we can go to the assessors, but because part of it has been subject to a condominium, so it may not be assessed as a bulk raw land value like it had been prior to the creation of the condominium, because now you're going to have the condominium common areas and the units separately. But anyway, we'll see what we can.
All right. Walter, you had mentioned about the affordable units in response to a question from Mr. Haddad are going to have slab and not a basement.
Correct.
Yet none of the buildings are exclusively affordable. They're duplexes, so that you're going to have an affordable side and a market rate side. So one side will be a slab and one side basement in the same building, and that's a cost savings.
Correct.
Okay. The other thing is the whole issue about the storage space turning into habitable space or bedrooms. And obviously, that's a concern you've already heard from the board. The board has that concern on every application, by the way, not just 40Bs, not just yours, 40A applications as well. But in every one of those cases, the board has the opportunity to make certain restrictions on the plan. For example, a den with a cased opening. So it doesn't become a bedroom. By the way, a bedroom doesn't necessarily have to have a closet, it just has to have certain dimensions and an element of privacy. What recommendation do you have to allow the board to provide that kind of restriction?
Right. And so the reason we made this move is, again, for that flexibility for the buyer, because we don't know if somebody wants a sports memorabilia room, do they want a projector TV room with sound insulated walls? I mean, it's such a wide variety of requests we've gotten, so that's why we've had to label it as such, knowing that inside that room would be unfinished, and from other side of that, it would be finished as an appearance. So when you move in, if somebody in 1 out of 3 people is not going to want to spend the money because they just are trying to get into a house in general, to finish out these spaces, that at least when they move in day one, they're not, for instance, walking by a cased opening that has raw insulation and
So you're basically
subfloor
saying we
exposed.
wouldn't have the opportunity to make those restrictions.
The reason we did it, I said that was our approach in creating it this way, is that somebody may want that cased opening. But it gives us the ability to say, okay, they're finishing the room, now we can do a cased opening. But if somebody bought the unit as it's being spec'd today.
I understand from your perspective what you want to do. What I'm asking is, where does the board get the opportunity to impose a restriction? For example, if it's becoming a den or a projector room, that it would be cased open. The privacy is the standard door.
Right.
Non-privacy is cased open. That's typically what we look at.
Right, I mean, the restrictions have been put on that as approved per the site plan, 2-bedroom versus 3-bedroom, and in each unit deed, it's written on every single unit that's sold, whether it is 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. So, I mean,
It's the box area that made it not.
Right. So, I mean, I guess the answer is we don't have that opportunity. Other than, and again, in every case that we have, 40A, 40B, it doesn't matter, we may say maximum number of bedrooms, but we take that extra step as a board to put restrictions on a plan.
so let's look at the approved design. What restrictions were put on that. I mean, the loft that is a lofted opening right now actually gets converted to a bedroom when it's a 3-bedroom plan. And it's as simple as putting the wall across the half wall and putting a door on.
Right.
No difference than what we're talking about here. And
Oh, no,
there's-
there is a major difference. We approved those plans as a 3-bedroom. So when we say per plans approved, we would be able to go to Unit 2, see that it was a 3-bedroom, and it wouldn't have a loft. We'd go to Unit 1, 2-bedroom, it would have a loft. There wouldn't be the opportunity to change it. What you're asking us to do is to say, approve all of these rooms, of which we pledge not to use them as bedrooms.
But what you've approved is a study that, or a loft, that you can go and see on the plan that it's a loft. But what's to stop somebody from, the same question you're asking me is the same question I'm asking back. How come somebody, who's to say nobody's gone in and closed that loft yet and made it a bedroom?
Well, the good part about it being on this side of the table
I
is I ask the
understand.
questions.
And that's why we've tried to reason with, the reason we've done this is flexibility. We're not trying to sneak bedrooms by you. We're pledging to work with you
We're not
to
asking you to do.
prevent the bedrooms.
I'm telling you what our process is.
I understand.
And how you're not giving us the opportunity to deal with that in a typical fashion.
Right, and you were asking what the solution would be and if a cased opening would work, and it wouldn't work under this scenario because our intention is to leave it unfinished as it's called out.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
the loft was designed so that a wall could not be put there unless it went clear to the ceiling, so it would be really hard to close in that loft area, which is one of the things the board looked at.
And just to add, each of these plans would have to be approved by your office before a building permit is issued. So you would have the ability to track what the flexibility is. It would go in the file for each unit. I mean, that can be a condition of the modification as well. You know, anybody that's applying for a building permit has to go through that process anyway. So you have the ability to condition the permit. If you want to review how these spaces are being used, you just condition it so that those plans have to be reviewed like they are anyway.
Or potentially,
That.
can I just finish my thought? Or potentially that you come back to the board for approval, whether it be administrative or not. Okay,
That's how it's done with other condo developments, like if we condition, if the board conditions that those are storage,
Yeah.
then they will be storage, and for any finishing to be done, unless it's snuck through after they've gotten their CO, which does sometimes happen, as you well know, then it has to come back for at least minimal administrative approval, depending on what that use will be.
Right.
But again, the potential is there to create a bedroom, and that's the issue where with a loft, there really isn't a potential for a bedroom, so
Well,
that's the difference.
I think there is power in the conditioning to address your concern.
all I was asking is, what do you suggest? That was my question.
Well-
Rather than to be asked questions back, it was simply, what do you suggest to be able to
That would
allow
be the
us to?
suggestion.
Okay. Laura, you had mentioned that one of the other costs that was affecting this was the delinquency on dues. Isn't that a risk in any condo association?
Well, not for a developer, though, because the developer is the declarant under the master deed and the condominium documents. But the developer itself, if the developer is not a unit owner, doesn't have an obligation to pay dues to a condominium trust. And the condominium documents here, like with all condominiums, are set up so that there's a first phase created that only consists of 4 units. So those 4 unit owners are collectively responsible for all the costs of condominium, including the insurance. So it has been a significant issue, and as I said, if it wasn't for this developer voluntarily loaning the money to that association, they would have a significant problem there because the money isn't there to even insure the buildings.
But there is legal recourse to get that back rather than...
Correct.
Okay. One other thing in terms of the site, if I got it correctly, there was $75,000 for removing a foundation. That may not have been the only, but the removal of a foundation, I think it might have been mentioned, what was Unit 3, or there was some like Building 3. Why does the foundation need to be removed?
It's in the back of the buildings that were constructed.
It's decayed.
I'm sorry, you're just going to have,
Absolutely.
it's the what?
It's absolutely decayed.
A new foundation has
Yeah,
decayed.
and I can't speak to the quality of whoever put in the foundation from day one, but going from the shape that it's been in left now and the eroded soil that's come up against it, it's chipped, it's cracked, and it's in really bad shape. I wouldn't trust putting a new structure on it.
Okay. All right. And I guess, Walter, thank you. The final question I have at the moment, Laura, is, are there any other matters that, in the conditions of our comprehensive permit, that have not been met? And are they all related to either the phasing, because we did allow for a phase-in on the project, or is it because of these economic reasons? I know there was the rain gardens you mentioned, the stop signs. I think in the file there was issue related to the final pavement on the roads. Are there any other issues as well that we should be aware of?
We haven't specifically sat down and gone, there are numerous conditions tied to this permit, but yeah, I think it's fair to say that there are conditions that haven't been satisfied. The project hasn't been completed, that would be one reason why some of them have not been satisfied, but these other types of things that you're talking about.
And I think in the permit, we set a 5 to 7 year period, which was the phase-in, if I remember correctly. Does that change now because of all of these delays? And what are we looking at for final build-out here?
So the intent is to start off with 4 units, because on the site plan, it would complete that section of the site. And as Tina was alluding to, in the changing market that's been the last 2 to 3 years, and the last year that's been really good for financing, everything is predicting not as gratuitous financing opportunities the next year. So the first 2 buildings to go up will be a very good indication of if people are coming in pre-sale, then that's going to be, if we can't build them as fast as people are coming to sign on, then we're going to build to meet demand, essentially. So if things have stayed the way we've seen them in Danvers, the project could be completed very expeditiously. If it does need a few months in between buildings to get the buyers to come in and be on pace for as fast as we're building, then we have to stagger to meet that demand. So
I understand how it works. I'm just wondering, 5 to 7 was in the original permit.
from
What are you
2007.
projecting?
I would project from completion of these first 2 buildings, 3 to 4 years.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sri, any questions?
That includes, you're talking buildings 3 and,
Correct, 3 and 4.
3 and 4, and one of those is an affordable unit, correct?
Correct, yeah, one out of
And
every.
you're saying 3 to 5 years to build just those 2 units?
No, 3 to 4 from building those 2 units to complete the project as a max, because like I
Okay.
said, that would give us, once those first 2 units are built, that's gonna really set the demand.
That's going to forecast, okay.
Right, and
Thank you.
there's not a lot of other condominium projects going right now, which is also why it's tough to get any comparable rates to get started.
Thank you.
Just one more.
A couple of other questions
Yeah.
from the board. Scott?
Tina, if you might. I'm just curious, with all the downfalls to this project and all the added prices and the $14,000 lid and the cleanup and the $75,000, what was the interest in even doing this project if you were gonna have to cut it down so much to even make it happen?
There are a few different things. Part of it is a learning process. So the majority of our development is off Cape. What we learned early on is on Cape costs go up quite a bit. That wasn't something I had fully anticipated, the extent of that. So my initial estimations were too soft. I knew from day one that we were going to need to redesign because of the units, the way they are designed, very expensive. mean, the kind of design that he did, it was very well constructed, but you could easily walk in and see why he failed. There are many reasons, but that is one of the major ones. I mean, I would expect to see that kind of a design and construction on $1 million+ home, not on a $300,000 condo. You know, so we did anticipate some of that, but I guess I don't quite know how to answer it. We came in expecting to be able to do this and to succeed, but we also came in expecting to be able to change it and to modify it to make it a successful project. So I guess that's the part where I'm a little bit...
I'll simplify the question. How much work was done before you purchased the property, and when did you realize that it was not going to be economical for you to do it the way it was designed? At what point in the purchasing process of this did you realize, uh-oh?
So we actually had a very short time period from the offer to the closing. It's a very short time period, and that was part of the process of working with the bank. So there was some due diligence done, but again, not to the extent that we've learned in the past year. I mean, it's been quite a significant learning curve in the past year, and you know, there were a lot more surprises than we expected.
I think from, you know, my conversations with Tina and what she may be trying to say too is that coming into this project and being an experienced developer, and her company has, you know, a wealth of experience in off-Cape, that there would be an expectation that the town would want to see this project completed, and that coming in, if there was an assumption that redesign would be required, that would be something that the town would welcome, and really in effect welcome her and her company.
Laura, that's not what I asked.
No, but what I'm getting at is that you know, I think that was maybe some of the thought process, was that this would be a good thing, and that there would be an expectation that as a community, as a group effort, that the redesign and getting it finished would be something that would be handled, you know.
Thank you. I'm good.
Anything else? Suri, anything? Okay, we're going to turn to the public for their comment. I'll invite the Sutherlands, because they took the opportunity to provide information to the board. What we're focusing on and those that are generally opposed to this change or have questions relative to the changes, okay?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is John Sutherland. I live at 637 Gifford Street. My wife and I own one of the units in Forest Cove.
Can you talk up?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
move the,
Thank you.
That really won't help. It's just for the TV, that mic, so.
My name is John Sutherland. My wife and I live at 637 Gifford. We're one of the unit owners at Forest Cove condominiums. I thank you very much, first of all, for holding this meeting where we can exchange a lot of different ideas. Unlike what was presented early in December, we do consider the changes here to be substantial, certainly to the unit owners. We bought our unit precisely because of its distinctive look and feel of open-air spaciousness. The proposed ceiling change in the living room significantly alters both these qualities, to the extent that if we were looking at these units as they are altered, we probably would not be interested. I tried to organize my remarks into 3 categories. The first focuses on the proposed internal structural changes, which allow for too much unfinished storage area. I had a lot of information about that, but I think you've already addressed an awful lot of it. It does seem that this new design is just tempting people to add bedrooms. With 2 unfinished spaces upstairs, both with double windows, I mean, people after they buy are going to turn them into bedrooms. And where our wastewater treatment plant is designed only to manage the design of the 75% 2 bedrooms, 25% 3 bedrooms, that pretty much maxes out that wastewater treatment plant. And so it would have terrible ramifications if people were to start adding bedrooms. The second thing that I wanted to talk about was, and the board touched upon this a little bit, was the need to reduce costs. On December 5th, when PF Falmouth appeared before you asking for an administrative approval for what they were calling slight changes, they argued that their proposed changes were out of necessity due to these prohibitive construction costs. I'm not a contractor, but I am an accountant, and it's difficult for me to make sense of that. On May 16th, 2011, Community Bank had the property appraised at $1,020,000. On June 25th of 2011, the bank had outstanding loans that they foreclosed on of in excess of $1.4 million. The bank purchased the property at auction in August for $810,000, overbidding another developer who bid $805,000. They then sold it to PF Falmouth for $800,000, and those improvements or corrections to the wastewater treatment plant, Tina told us, were paid for by the bank. And that was in our first meeting in November of 2012 that she told us that. So that would bring the initial cost down to $780-some thousand, but included in that is an empty 2-bedroom unit that has a value of anywhere from $300,000 to $350,000. It's been empty for a year. Well, it's been empty since it was built. So really, the net bottom line of the investment in here, when it was purchased, is going to be something under $500,000 for a 36-unit development. Most of the upfront heavy lifting has already been done. All the clearing, all the associated legal fees, all the permits, the various boards and that the previous developer had to go before, all the land clearing, all of the underground utilities are all installed. This elaborate wastewater treatment plant, all the plans, blueprints, all of that has already been done. Now, PF Falmouth purchased this development at auction with the above-listed required infrastructure completed. It appears that the bank absorbed any financial loss, not PF Falmouth. All that remains for the developer is to build the units as designed and permitted and sell them. We do not understand the developer's claim that construction costs are too high. If she could not complete the development as designed, one would wonder why she purchased it, if she was immediately going to ask for changes to lessen the costs. Now, if PF Falmouth's intention is to build cheaper, lower-cost units so that they can be marketed at a lower price, then that would directly affect the value of the existing units. We unit owners all purchased these homes with the expectation that the entire project would be of the same caliber, appearance, and value as the existing 2 buildings. My third category involves the Zoning Board of Appeals findings that you made back in 2007, I believe, with and one addition. As unit owners in Forest Cove condominiums, we should be able to expect the conditions to be those of the ZBA's findings and decisions dated May 16, 2007, as amended. That's what we bought, was what we saw, subject to all of the decisions that you rendered at that time. We purchased our homes expecting all those conditions to be met. We respectfully request that the ZBA instruct the current developer, PF Falmouth, to meet those conditions previously made by the board. Our areas of primary concern, and I also included the various decision points from the, pull those out of the original. Findings number 10, rain gardens. They either don't exist or they don't work, because our driveways completely flood and then in the winter then freeze. The driveways are not the designated width and do not include a final surface coat, which supposedly was that a final occupancy permit was based on that. The association had not made arrangements for or paid for trash removal. In addition to paying our monthly condo fees, we have to pay for our own private trash. We always understood that that was part of our monthly fees, but we have no trash removal unless we pay for it ourselves. There are 2 required stop signs that have been knocked down. One has been down for a couple of years. The other one got knocked down sometime this fall, and they haven't been reinstalled. Number 20, the stormwater management, landscaping, trash removal, and property development lighting have not been adequately addressed. We have absolutely no lighting out in front. It's almost impossible to see where the driveway is. I had to put some Christmas lights on the bus stop so we wouldn't drive past it when we're coming from the north. All of the solar lights that were approved for a trial period are all in the garage of the empty unit. They just need new batteries, new heads put on them, and then they could be reinstalled. And then just as a final comment, if I could. I had these all arranged so I wouldn't have to shuffle through them.
You've done a good job.
Please allow me to say one last thing. That when PF Falmouth bought the property a year ago, my wife and I were full of hope that the development would begin to move forward toward completion. We believed the developer when she said she would start construction last March, and that she would clean the area up at that time. It's been a year, nothing has happened. We feel we've been very patient. We think the developer should, at the very least, be accountable for the conditions that the Zoning Board of Appeals has already laid down. We are not asking for anything in addition to what the development is supposed to be, and the Zoning Board has approved. We simply want PF Falmouth to build the development it bought. Thank you.
Sean, could you hold on just a second, see if the board has any questions for you?
Sure.
No questions.
Okay.
Are there any of the changes proposed, for example, the changes to the foundation, that would be okay in terms of your perspective?
In terms of the foundation, I don't have any problem with that. It's more cheapening the units to hit a lower price point. Because I think at that point, you are going to get people that come in that are looking for space instead of the design, the wow factor when you walk in the living room and see the vaulted ceiling. But in terms of the foundation, no. And if I could make one correction too, the existing foundation for Building 3 is just a footing. It's not the foundation, it's just the footing that's in there. But it has all kind of caved in around the edges. But it's not a full-fledged foundation, it's just a footing.
Thanks, Chair. Next.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. If you'd address them through the board, okay? You come right up, introduce yourself. But when you say, sometimes people think they can ask the developer, you ask us, okay?
Yes, I
Thanks.
understand that. My name is Donna Brennan. I live at 637 Gifford Street, Unit 1A. My question is, Patricia had asked a question earlier about decks on the new condos. It was never answered. There was maybe a 3x5 porch, but is there an actual physical deck on the new proposed plans?
No.
So there is no deck going to be, so that's one other thing that's been eliminated.
Well, the applicant will have an opportunity. Why don't you go
Okay.
through the,
And also, you are aware that the NSTAR has been putting in new power lines and new transformers in the easement? I don't know if you're aware of that.
Nope.
That easement is, I don't know what the wattage is going to be now, Ed?
Donna?
Okay, it's changed, so the magnetic fields now, there's going to be a unit that is going to be up against those power lines, maybe 30 feet from them. Are those units going to be sealable? Are they going to put up 2 units that nobody's going to buy because of the radiation, the magnetic fields actually that will be coming out of those? So is that building, I mean, is that something a study has been done on? Is a study going to be done on? Is anyone going to speak with NSTAR about what's happening now with all the changes? Because there have been major changes along that strip.
Keep on going.
And I just want to know if the...
I can't give you
mean,
that
I don't
answer.
want to see the I know you can't, but the developer might put up 2 units that they cannot sell because they're so close to it, which is a waste of their money.
We'll get the applicant to respond to all of these things, so if
Okay.
you could just go through your list, okay?
Another thing, and as far as I understand that, nobody can buy a piece of property today without a Title V certificate. And usually, it is the seller that has to provide the Title V. So when they bought this development, it was told to us that Title V was brought up to date by the bank before purchase. So, there's a little, we get one story that the bank didn't pay, and we get another story that the developer paid. But as far as the law is concerned, I thought a Title V had to be in place before a purchase and sales. A purchase could take place. Another issue I have is condo fees are paid, and we pay $275 per month for condo fees plus our own private trash. For the $275, we've got snow removal and homeowners, the insurance. The insurance was $4,200 per year. When it was purchased by Bizzuti, we were told now it went up to $9,200 per year for the 2 buildings. Now it's down to $6,500 a year. So we have no idea what we're paying for insurance. So all these things that are said, I just said, but there's no proof to them. And we have no paperwork, nor do we get any paperwork. We get proposed budgets. We have not had a meeting since last June, was it? We have not had a condo association meeting since June. The master deed says there has to be one in October of every year. It is now January, we have not had a meeting. So we just pay our condo fees, we get nothing. So the management of the property is really bad. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Let me see if the board has any questions for you, Donna.
Sure.
Anyone? Okay. All right, next.
No?
Anyone else? Mr. Finneran?
Mark Finneran, 212 Trotting Park Road, I'm in a butter. I just have two questions, one safety and one selfish. I was under the impression that there wasn't supposed to be an exit on this property onto Trotting Park Road. It was supposed to be a locked gate and the fireman had the key or whatever. Does that still remain?
No, there have been no changes to the original comprehensive permit.
Okay, and then it has been said, and it was my understanding, that all the utilities were put underground. I checked with the gas company, but they only keep track of the last meter. I wonder if the gas is put all the way through to Trotting Park Road, along with all the water and everything else? And that's what I'd like to know, because I love gas in my house.
Mark, just a quick question. When you mentioned about the gate as one of the conditions and it being locked, are you saying that that isn't the case? There isn't a gate there, or it isn't locked?
No, but it's not completed. No, it's a cut-through. Now, everybody's driving through there. And I think there's already been an accident there once, somebody coming out. You know, I mean, well, you know the street. I mean, if they do come out of there, it's just a matter of time before somebody gets crushed.
Thank you.
If I could get the answer on the gas, that'd be great.
Any questions for Mr. Finneran? Okay. Well, he was honest about that. All right, any other comments, questions? Laura, do you want to try to respond to some of those?
Yeah, just briefly, I mean, I think there's been a lot of information given to you on the concerns that Mr. Sutherland had about the building. The bottom line is, and you know, I think this explains it simply, because Mr. Sutherland seems to be questioning, and perhaps some of the board members, why somebody wouldn't walk in and just be happy to take over this project and complete it. And I'll give you just a very brief breakdown. If you have a per unit cost to build as approved of $250,000, right? That's what the developer is estimating. We can provide an estimate to you if you want, because they've gone out and done that. You times that by 36 units, okay? You get a total cost of $9 million, okay? 4 units have already been built, we know that, but you'll see how that doesn't really matter when we get to the bottom line. If you sell 27 units at $350,000, that's $9,450,000 in revenue from the sales, okay? The affordable units, you're selling at a loss, so you don't even count those in. But you do have to then subtract out your acquisition costs, $800,000, subtract the losses on the affordables per unit and the broker's commission. So you can see there is no profit in that for any developer, and that's really the bottom line. And if you want, we can write that out for you, we can supply that to you. But if you do just a basic calculation based on the construction cost that's been estimated for each unit as approved and the number of units, there's no profit in the project. And that's why I think maybe for this particular developer it was so obvious, or thought it was so obvious, that it would be modified to make it financially viable. As far as the condominium association goes, there is a condominium association. These unit owners that have spoken tonight, They're the unit owners that haven't paid their condominium dues. So in terms of this particular developer doing things, it makes it very difficult when, legal action is going to have to come about and liens are going to have to be placed on properties to get these dues paid to cover some of these expenses. The trash pickup is an expense of the condominium association, but there's no money to pay for it. So it doesn't help this process by having unit owners come forward and say, well, there are all these problems with the condominium association, when the unit owners are the ones ultimately responsible for that association. They have the ability to call a meeting of unit owners. They can do that. So, in terms of this particular developer, those kinds of accusations and statements are not productive in terms of moving this project forward and getting it built out, which is what everybody wants. If the project is built out, the unit owners should be happy because now they have 36 units to collect condominium fees from. All of these things that need to be taken care of by the association can be taken care of. So that, anyway, with that, whatever additional information the board is looking for,
I have one question, please.
we would like to have that opportunity to provide to you, obviously. We can give you the estimated per unit cost for each unit because that work has been done. We can run those simple numbers and you can see, without getting into every single detail on a project budget, that this project doesn't work financially.
I know the board has a couple of questions for you based on that, but just a quick clarification of, I want to make sure I wrote it down correctly. You said $9 million projected costs for the project, and that would include the development of the affordable units as well.
Yes.
But 9.4 of income, but you didn't include any of the affordable unit income. Why wouldn't you do that?
Well, you could. I mean, you could add that in and then subtract it out later on.
Well, no, it's already in the construction cost of $9 million.
Right.
So you take all of the,
Okay, so you can take, if you want to add it in the beginning and take sales 27 units at 350
That's 9.4.
and 9 units at 140 on average. Okay. So that's,
Come on.
don't remind
Oh, it's early for us.
9 times
1,260,000.
140. Okay, that's 1,260,000.
So that looks like about a $1.26 million profit.
No, no,
That's
no.
what it looks like to me.
No, no, then you have to take out the acquisition costs, right? So you've got the,
Which went anywhere from $500,000 to $800,000.
Yeah, but what about the existing unit that's already built?
Right.
right. What I'm saying is that we're trying to do
Yeah,
this
it's
quickly,
half of
but,
that.
but if you want that breakdown,
Yeah.
we can provide that
I just wanted to try to
okay?
get clarification
Right,
on
but you
what
have
you
to
said.
subtract out the acquisition cost, you gotta subtract out the broker's commissions, so you have to subtract out the losses per unit on the affordable units, you have carrying costs on all the units, so all of these things go into it. But that margin, even in that simple analysis, is nowhere near enough.
Okay,
And
Ken?
Yeah, so I mean, so the 250 that you're giving us doesn't include all your other soft costs and so forth.
that's construction.
Okay, so I think, it's probably not fruitful to do this except to do it properly because it's going to lead to the wrong impression. But before you step down, you've asked for a number of different changes to the construction. Some of them, I suspect the board has no issue with, and some we're more concerned about, especially those that might lead to, the easy addition of multiple bedrooms. In some cases, you could have 4-bedroom units, it looks like to me. So if you do develop some kind of a cost assessment, I would like a breakdown of what you will save under, if you just do the foundation improvements the way you want, if you do the changes to the top floor the way you're talking about, the reduction in the dormer ring and so forth. that would make it easier, from my perspective, to evaluate your requests.
Scott, you had a question? And then we'll have a little bit of discussion and see where we go with this.
So I just wanted to know where the existing unit and the price of that fit in to all of this, into the numbers. It wasn't mentioned in your breakdown. And if you took just the acquisition cost and what that unit could bring you, that would almost cut that down in half if that sold, right?
Well, assuming it could sell. But
Well-
again, I'll break it down for you, right?
Thanks.
So you have to assume, I mean, you've got a value of it, but yes, I guess if you go on the assumption that you could sell it as constructed, then you could take that out. But we're not sure if it's sellable right now, because we have condominium association issues with, not having money in the budget, having problems with collecting, so, which frankly is an issue for all unit owners there in terms of selling or financing, which is another problem. But anyway, like I said, it sounds like the board wants some more detail on that. I don't think, and I'll reiterate it for the record, that it's an issue of reviewing an entire project budget, but I think in terms of showing you the basic breakdown of the construction cost that's been estimated for each unit, trying to ballpark that as you've requested in terms of the basement versus the framing type of work. We can look at that and just supply that to you in writing.
Laura, do you agree, and let me form this in a question, forgive me for sounding facetious. For people that aren't familiar with building, don't you agree that to identify something as substantial as a full foundation, when in fact it's really just the footing, is a little unnerving when it's being described to you in a ballpark figure?
Not really, because I think you'll see that when you see the ballpark, when you see the ballpark figures, I think it will be so obvious in terms of how these costs are off that you're not going to be terribly concerned about that. I get what you're saying, but the bottom line is, and I think that this is what Tina and Walter have been saying, is that the costs are way off here. It's not a few dollars, and we're not talking about a difference in profit margin of a few percentage either way.
So you agree that it would be important for us, in part of our decision, to know what those were?
No, I don't, but it
Well-
sounds to me like you want them, so we're trying to cooperate and work with the board.
Isn't that how you're justifying your request for the
Exactly.
change? Is in terms of the need to make it more economical?
Yes, but what I'm
So how can
suggesting,
we evaluate whether that's valid or not?
because you have to rely on your subsidizing agency, and I know you don't want to do that, but
Well,
that's
we already did.
That's the process. You relied on your subsidizing agency, which said in its site approval letter, which was in the file,
Yep.
that they needed to give final approval,
Right.
and that was never done. So, why, we don't know. But the bottom line here is that you have the authority to review these changes from the perspective of local issues, such as the type of construction, wastewater, views and vistas. Those are the local concerns that the state is saying that you should be looking at. Mass Housing is the agency you rely on to tell you and tell the public that these changes are necessary based on the project budget in order for it to be financially feasible. I know you may not agree with that, but that's my position. This developer is trying to cooperate, though, and work through this, and I think that there's some, leeway there that we can assist with that generally in terms of providing you with more information. That's what I'm saying.
Isn't it considered a limited review? It's not saying the rules and regulations and Mass Housing doesn't say that the board can't review everything. They're suggesting it be limited review. Otherwise, how can they properly approve a project? There can be a limited review of costs.
Well,
I
again,
agree.
we probably won't debate that, because I'll go a
Let's-
little bit further. It's my opinion
Yeah.
that we have the absolute right to review if the issue of uneconomic comes up. For example, in an original 40B, if we impose a condition upon the applicant and they say it's not economic, we have the right to ask for the information to demonstrate that. And we do in a modification, in my opinion, as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Laura, you've stated that there's been no association dues paid by any condo owners.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
Two of them
sorry.
were.
I said that there are substantial delinquent fees that have not been paid, that are
Okay.
outstanding.
And how long have those outstanding fees been assessed?
And not
Well,
paid.
they've been assessed since the units were created in 2010, and it was during the time period where the bank was owning the property that dues were not paid, and there was no exemption in the condominium documents for non-payment. So they are due, they're subject to claim, and unfortunately, this developer will have to deal with that, but that's the
But
situation.
these are being paid now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a question, Patty?
No, I'm just,
Okay. I just have
I think-
one quick one, and we need to have a discussion to give you direction of where we're going.
we,
But in the spirit of cooperation that you were mentioning, it doesn't seem like it's going to cost a lot of money to block off that road with a gate or lock it. It doesn't seem like a lot of money to put the stop signs up, the lighting that's already there but just needs to be put back. Doesn't seem like that's going to require a lot of borrowing. Why can't those things be done? The trash pickup, in many ways, Mr. Head, it's a trash pickup, is the responsibility of the condo association. We don't really get involved in policing the condo association, so that's almost an issue that the condo association has to resolve. I think when I look back on the comprehensive permit, we said trash pickup would be private. We didn't dictate how that would happen, so I'm not sure we have much to do with that.
yes.
But that's just
It's in
my-
it's in the trust for the condominium,
Right.
that the Forest Cove Condominium Association would take care of trash. So, yeah.
But
And
I mean,
we can review those issues.
okay, all right. So, and one final question. Mr. Finneran get his gas or not?
We'd have to look at
I
that.
gotta look at Trolley Park Road and see if it was tied in.
Not something this board's going to worry about, but I just figured,
Yeah.
since he asked, we'd try to get him the answer. All right, board, how would you like to proceed with this? Want more information? If so, let's indicate what it is that we would like, and then we need to schedule a time to come back together.
Yeah, you've itemized the things that we need. I'm very troubled by this situation. I don't know. I don't know what our alternative, the effects of are just saying, like Mr. Sutherland said, it's got to be built the way we approved it. I mean, I don't know what, whether that might be the way I feel, no matter what they say.
Well, and, to sort of play it out, if the board were to say, no, we don't approve these changes,
Yeah,
and it was an appeal to the Housing Appeals Committee, it would be the burden of the developer to show that it was uneconomic. And I think in many ways, we're trying to address that now. So I
But-
think one of the things is, let's get some information
Okay.
financially, to the level that you feel is important for us to help us make our decision.
It's fine.
Rather than to say, follow the performer, whatever else. If you give us information that doesn't help us, it's not going to be useful to you. If you give us information that is helpful, you can.
I need like the finished square footage of the
That was a
finished
question that
part
was
of the.
asked of
Yeah.
Walter.
I mean, you gave us an estimate, but you must have had some kind of idea. I mean, I don't know how, I know what the size of the existing buildings are, but
That's fine.
Very square footage, too.
the square footage, because that's what builders tell you, square footage costs are la-di-da in Falmouth.
Right. And I think Suri just mentioned, including the storage areas that could be finished.
Yeah.
Because it was represented to us that they could become habitable space, so we might as well know that. I think also what suggested changes to the permit would give us comfort for those storage units not becoming bedrooms, rather than us imposing them. What is the
And
suggestion?
if there's building quotes out there, then there should be cost differentials between what was proposed and what they're proposing now. There's got to, it's right there in the proposal.
I mean, I don't want to cheapen buildings and have them cost so much to, not be efficient. I mean, so there's a certain thing in that. I mean, I don't know what we approved in 2007. I didn't sit on the board then, but theoretically, when I look at cheaping something, it's going to cost more for everybody to own it.
Well, we're not cheapening
So,
things.
I mean,
and
no.
And the sales prices are projected at the same or higher than they were. So the other factor, Ms. Johnson.
I don't need to know the answer now. Maybe
Well,
we need to,
But I think it's
move
important
on
to
and-
leave the board with this thought, your comment that maybe we just, what if we say no and require them to do it?
Yeah.
That's not going to happen, because a bank is not going to finance the project. If a bank can't finance the project, or won't, it's not going to get done. And that's the reality of it. You can't require somebody to finish this project. So we need to try and find a way to get it done.
And I think one of the real common areas that we have is that there's an overriding local concern to make sure this project's
Right.
successful.
Absolutely.
yes, that's what my
Okay.
concern is.
Okay?
Any suggested
How
dates?
much time do you need?
2 weeks? 2 weeks?
I'm gonna break down, it's gonna take some time for the GCs to come back to us.
2 weeks?
February 20th is the first time that we have an opportunity to put you in.
Okay. What about the? Pardon me? Okay. That's school vacation week.
Okay? Let me tell you the next meeting. Okay. March 6th.
Yeah, I mean, it is a comprehensive permit application, So there are timelines. Is there any way it can be put on earlier than that? Even if we,
You can see the hearings, we are booked on the 23rd, February 6th, February 13th, unless the board wants to do it after the other.
Suri, I was thinking on February 13th, we may be having a special meeting for another comprehensive permit, an initial comprehensive permit.
You can condition it, you can continue it to that date,
And
and hopefully we'll get other comments, but if not, we can continue this.
But
That's
the only thing I don't know is, did the other members of the board respond to you as to whether or not they could make the 13th?
No.
So let's find out if we can even have a meeting on the 13th of
Well,
February.
Ken did say only if it could be at 6:30, but he didn't confirm it. I asked him today about it.
Yeah, I said I don't know for sure
When did you
yet.
make that request?
To all the board members, I sent it out last Thursday or Friday.
Ooh,
Matt responded.
What are the time requirements on this? Laura's mentioning
30 days.
30 days
Not-
from when we
not-
decided that it was substantial to hold a hearing,
The first hearing had to be held within 30 days.
and that's
I
today.
can check with council, but I think we can continue it. I think we have the same
I think you have 30 days,
standards.
30 days after the hearing's open, which is obviously an issue. There are timings for building, spring market.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
So
we want to be
can
sensitive to the,
Change the date to accommodate them. Can you guys get a waiver? Would you be willing to sign an extension of the 30-day hearing process or not?
Well, is there any ability to do it prior to February 13th?
Here's the schedule, Laura. As I've explained, January 23rd, we're booked.
We can agree to submit everything in writing 1 week in advance. We can come at the end of the evening if it's too late. We can table it. I mean, I think there are ways to try and accommodate it.
You want,
Let me get back, can people look at their calendars to see if the 13th, can you check now, or no?
I'm good, I don't care.
She has to
I'm in the
give us a waiver
process of
for that.
negotiating trips, that's
Yeah.
my problem.
She has to give us a waiver for that, and I'm getting the feeling they don't want to give us a waiver.
Okay, then,
It's not that we don't want to give you a waiver, it's just I'm saying that if there's an opportunity somewhere in another hearing night, like I say, to provide, well, you know, you can always put it on the agenda, and if it gets too late and you can't do it, you could carry it over to February 13th at that point, but at least you're
but
trying.
then we'd have to get a waiver then, too.
Exactly. This
It's
board has
fine.
tried that before. It
Well,
just- it doesn't work.
it's important to.
You can cram it on February 6th if you want, but there may be an issue with a member. So then, what do? Request a continuation if it's down to 4 members? What?
Sri, we keep cramming things together. We're getting ready to go on our first
I have-
meeting
I
at
have
20
no
after
choice.
8.
It's not my determination.
Today is the 9th.
The 6th is the only thing that.
The 6th is at, if the 6th is the only time that the applicants want to come in, no, then I would,
February 13th is fine. Just go with that date if everybody's available. We can give you the
have to
waiver.
waiver.
Give you the waiver.
okay.
Okay, so let the record show that she agreed to a waiver to extend the hearing
what date?
process to February.
Okay. And do you want to do that at 6 o'clock?
Sure,
Can you-
Kim
I'm
has
good.
an issue with 6, I believe.
Well, I don't have a specific issue with 6 that day, I just don't know if I'm going to be in town.
Oh, that's right, excuse me.
Okay. All right.
So set it for then, and I'll try to make sure that I can be here.
Okay.
But,
Matt, can you be here at 6? Because that was the date.
Ooh, you're absolutely right. I can't. 6:30 would have to be. So,
February 20th?
February 13th, entertain a motion
you
to
were the one.
continue.
So moved.
That's one that is not on the schedule, that is a new date.
That's the red one.
Could I make a specific request, maybe to help expedite it, that we could supply the information a week before the 13th, if it could be circulated to the board members, if the board members have questions specific
It's
to
always
it,
done that.
to give us an opportunity to answer those before the 13th, so.
It's always.
Always do that.
And we ask you to submit it a week in
The
advance.
board won't meet to discuss it. Individual members will communicate their issues or questions to
That's
the
what I'm
administrator.
asking, just making that specific
Yeah.
request on the record.
always
So, okay, so you're agreeing to that? Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion to continue this hearing
moved.
until February 13th at 6:30 PM? Motion by Mr. Zelinski, seconded by
second.
Mr. Haddad. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're
I need a
going to start the
break.
rest of our hearings.
Siri, can I get one of those?
No public displays of affection as we come back in. You're on television, ma'am. All these public displays of affection.
I know.
No, that's all right. We're coming back.
That's right.
We're going to start our first. Were you
It's
referring,
that leopard skin coat,
were you
man.
referring to me?
That was really cute.
All right. We'll start our new hearings now. The first application is 10613, and I'll ask the clerk to read it into the record for us.
You all set?
Yep.
Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws, you are hereby notified that James P. and Patricia Blessington of Walpole, Mass. apply to the Zoning Board of Appeals pursuant to Sections 240-3 and 240-69E for a special permit to construct a 17.5 by 22-foot addition to create a master bedroom with a bath at the single-family dwelling located on a 7,200-square-foot residential C-zone parcel known as 64 Harrington Street in East Falmouth.
Mr. Blessington? How are you tonight?
Great, great. You guys must be tired.
If you'd be kind enough to just introduce yourself to the board and briefly describe what you're trying to accomplish, okay?
Okay, we purchased this house,
Your name?
pardon?
I may know you, but the
Oh,
television audience
it's James Blessington. My wife is Patricia Blessington. She's unfortunately not here tonight.
doesn't. Okay.
At 64 Harrington. We bought this house from a bank sale in pretty bad shape, but it had some good work done to it. Unfortunately, it's on the small side. It's just 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. And, it's just, we want to live here year-round. We're moving from a 3,000 square foot house to, 600 or something. We just live here in this place. So we had an architect draw up a plan that would allow us to put an addition on the rear of the house, same level. We don't want a 2-story house. Otherwise, we wouldn't be needing this here. And it is on the back. First of all, the house is not in a sensitive area at all. So we have no environmental issues. The addition will not be visible from the front. It's going to be in the back, so what you see now is what it's going to look like when it's done. And as far as, it also, by the way, it's a bedroom and a bathroom, but it also is a staircase, because there's no staircase in the basement right now. So part of this space is eaten up by a staircase, which is necessary. We're also putting in a escape well in the basement section with Mr. Gore's encouragement. And we're moving a bulkhead. But other than that, it's straightforward addition.
Okay. Anything else? We'll ask you questions. Don't worry about that.
Okay, yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm hoping it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
I do have another letter here. I don't know if Siri has.
Why don't you give it right up here, okay? Thanks.
It's been faxed.
That's all right.
Is it in the file?
What? No, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'll do that for you while you do the
I
work.
also have some supporting material here of other houses that are close by
Sure.
that
Well-
have had permits for special permits
Okay.
issued. I could pass them one at a time.
No, if you give everything right to me, we'll take care of it, all right?
All right.
Thanks.
For these, the percentage of
Use the microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
On the back of the pictures, it shows the percentage of overage on the 20, the in excess 20%. And most of these are 21 to 30 to 29%. It's been permitted since 2009. And they're all in the immediate area where my home is.
Okay. All right.
Got those?
When we get a moment, we'll stamp them in, we'll distribute them to the board. But right at this point, we're going to ask the clerk to just review the comments from other town departments and see if there's any other correspondence in the file. Okay?
Engineering has the normal comments that it goes through with. Health, no negative comments. Plot plan. Concom, no comments. Water, no comments. And planning, no comments, and there's some general correspondence on the other side.
That's not doing well.
I'll get it.
Okay, why don't we start with questions for Mr. Haddad? It's not printing tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Blessington, how are you? How many bedrooms are there now, and how many are you proposing?
There's 2 very small bedrooms right now and 1 bathroom. I'm proposing 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom,
So you'll have 3 total?
3 plus,
And 2
yes.
baths.
And there won't be full baths. One will be a shower only, so it'd be 1 3/4 or whatever the designation is.
And that basement, what's that used for?
It's strictly, at this point, it's strictly storage, you know, it's strictly lawn furniture and the like.
Which leads me to my next one. Do you anticipate any other structures, like a shed, any other accessory structures in the future?
I wish I could put a garage in, but just have to start buying junkers.
Will there be any dry wells or anything for your downspouts to go into? And the reason I ask that is because, as you're probably well aware, the town going through great lengths with Great Bay Street with the runoff and all that.
The house originally had the drain pipes going into the ground, and it was useless because the ground wasn't carrying it away. I actually had to put in deflection spouts on there. When I have the foundation dug, there'll be a lot of engineering involved in deciding how the drainage is going to go. At that point, if we have to put in a French drain or beehive or whatever the hell they call it, we'll do it. Because I don't want water in my basement any more than anybody else does. So we'll do whatever it takes to keep the water where it's supposed to go.
And I'm not sure if the clerk read it, but I thought I read in the file, there was a couple of letters of support and the one you just submitted. Those are direct abutters, right?
Yes. In fact, one of my neighbors is here tonight.
I think it was 63 Randolph and 60 Harrington,
Yeah.
one behind one.
And Bill also owns 2 lots there that are abut.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
When you do this, are you going to do any other work to the house, or?
No. This is a retirement home. It's just, we just want to, we don't want to, we have an elaborate house right now, which I'd love to get rid of. This is just going to be a place for the 2 of us to finish off our years and bring the grandkids down and have a place for them to stay.
But I think you mentioned that you were planning to live there year-round, yes?
Yes, I am.
I don't have any
Any more questions at
more
the moment?
questions. I mean, I think they've been,
Any more questions at the moment? All right. Scott?
How are you, sir? Just one quick one. The attached rinse station, the shower, where's it, is that going to direct onto the ground, or is there going to be some kind of
They call it
facility
a
to
rinsing
catch that?
station now. It's been there for 60 years. It means, it's not a part of the structure whatsoever.
No, I was just asking, is there a vessel that it goes into now, or does it just
I'm
run?
not even sure.
right up?
I think there's gravel there. I don't know what the gravel
Okay.
drains into.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Patty?
I have no questions.
Okay. Just a couple, Mr. Blessington. The question I think was asked already about the runoff and, the work because of Great Bay Road, et cetera. Are you able to maintain the roof runoff on the property?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, the basement is as dry as can be, and the water's being contained and flowing out the proper direction.
But if we were to condition for you to maintain all runoff on the property, you'd be able to accomplish that?
That's not a problem.
Okay. I didn't quite catch what you said. Mr. Gore had recommended a certain change to the basement?
Well, I had put a bulkhead
Yep.
in the basement,
Right.
and it encroached by 1/10 of a foot. So in lieu of the bulkhead, we decided to put in an escape well.
Okay.
you know.
All right.
And there is a bulkhead in the existing house, so we have plenty of egress in and out.
Okay. The other question I had was more of the requirements under the bylaw, which is 240-69E, which is because you're going over the 20% lot coverage to the 22.3, and thank you for the photos, but what I guess I don't know is, and maybe because it's all,
Yeah, I can't write. I have a
no,
problem with
you
my
wrote
hand.
well, it's all, the ink was not such, so I don't know where these are located exactly, and when I look at your application, and I don't know if you have it, but we always get a copy of the GIS printout, and what we try to look at is the lot coverage in the immediate neighborhood. So, you know, obviously that would be Harrington Street, it could be Randolph Street, Montauk Street, but, so I'm not sure where these are or what the numbers are for your immediate neighbors. Do you have any of that information?
The actual addresses are on the back of the pictures.
One says
Or-
Mara Vista, for example.
Yeah, one I picked just to show the density from Mara Vista, that there are big houses in there that are way excessive over what I plan on doing as far as being excessive. You know, we're probably the smallest house. If you took the whole average of all the streets in Mara Vista, we're probably in the bottom 25%. It's just a single-story ranch, you know?
No, I was out there. I think we all did our site visits and we saw that. But again, it's our responsibility to look at what changes to the neighborhood. And
But
so.
this won't be visible from the street, so
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
changing the neighborhood.
No, I got that. Excuse me. Just give us the courtesy because you're distracting us, okay? What we're trying to figure out, though, is, for example, what's the percentage of lot coverage for 68 Harrington Street, which is your next-door neighbor?
I don't have that. I didn't need it. I didn't know I needed it.
Okay. Again, because these weren't in the file, I don't know. Let me just see if this will ring a bell, or if you need these pictures back so that you can tell. Do you have number 50 Harrington?
No. There is a Harrington, one of those pictures is on Harrington Street. I don't know if it's 50 or not. And it's received a special permit, since 2009.
Yeah. Again, the fact that they may have special permits is not so much the issue. The issue is what the neighborhood looks like there. I've got 2 Randolph Streets, although I don't know what the numbers are. Priscilla,
Priscilla has a number. That's 29%, that house.
where is Priscilla Street?
Oh, at the top, I'll show you.
There
Two
was
streets.
about-
I just looked at
north
it.
of Harrington.
Two streets away.
Here
Oh,
it is.
It's, yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
oh, next one.
The picture.
Yeah.
yeah,
that one.
it's not necessarily what we would consider the immediate neighborhood.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
There's Randolph, here we go. There's Priscilla. There's Harrington. It's 4 blocks away.
Can you do me a big favor? Can you take these and just tell us
It's useful.
what the addresses are, so we can look at our GIS map,
Okay,
put the percentages in?
sure.
Okay. Want to step back and use the microphone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This house is not, it's not in the immediate area. but
Okay,
it is
skip
a-
that one,
it's-
go.
It's a new construction, relatively new, and it's 21%. It's 340 Mara Vista, which is
I looked up.
considerable amount of blocks towards the ocean from my
Okay.
house.
Go on.
Okay. This house is 43 Great Bay. It's a 3-story home. It's within one lot of my lot,
And what's the percentage?
and it's 21%.
Okay. Next one?
All right. This house doesn't have a percentage on it.
Okay.
But you can see from the size of it that it's taking up most of the lot, and it's immediately behind me.
What's the address?
It's Randolph Street. I'm sorry, I just got these today. I didn't get the address.
Oh, so,
We
okay.
could probably look it up on the GIS.
The one, Rick?
I'm 64, it's probably 66, or is it 62? No?
Mass houses. Here, that's the, yeah, 43.
64
No, I
Randolph.
know.
660 what?
64 Randolph, you don't write it on?
64 Randolph. And what was the percentage on that?
I don't have it on that.
Oh,
I have it because it's
Okay.
in the butter.
Okay. The next one?
All right, let's work with some that I have numbers. This is Priscilla, which is 2 streets north of where I am.
Yep.
And it's number 97, and it's 29.6%.
Okay.
The permit's been issued since 2009.
Yep.
64 is way over. Look at that.
And I just don't, if you,
Fills the whole lot.
this is a Mara Vista perspective, a shot off of Mara Vista Ave showing one street. I just grabbed the street randomly to give you an idea
Okay.
of the density.
Okay. We've driven down, so we have a sense. But did you pick these particular properties for a reason?
Yeah, 4 of them have been issued permits within the last 6 years,
Right. But,
5 years. And they're over 20%.
right. Are there any that are under 20%?
Did I took a picture? I don't.
Are there any out there that are under 20%?
I would imagine.
Okay.
I would hope they all are, because they got built. I don't know, was that a requirement 46 years ago?
Used to be 25.
Yeah. Used to be 25,
Used
it
to be
was
25.
reduced.
It is, you know.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, it's been reduced. It was at 1.35% coverage.
2003 was changed.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah, we'll take those back for the file, okay? All right. Any other questions for Mr. Blessington? Okay, is there anyone here that has a particular interest in this project? Yes, sir. Come on up, introduce yourself. Let us know if you're in favor, opposed, or if you have any questions.
My name is William Cullen. I live at 60 Harrington Street.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you at all.
My name is William Cullen. I live at 60 Harrington Street, East Falmouth. We're next door neighbors to the Blessingtons. If you have a map of the lot numbers, I'm at 44, 45, 46. And as far as I'm concerned, our views will not be affected by this proposed addition. And any other aspects of our enjoyment of land will not be affected, in my view, and I have a chance to view it every day. I also am very familiar with the Blessingtons, and they have been very, very excellent neighbors in the time that they've been there. They take very good care of their property. They're responsible. I know they have plans to share our enjoyment of Harrington Street and East Falmouth with us on a full-time basis eventually, and they retire. So I have no objection to it. In fact, I suggest approval of their application.
Thanks, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Laura?
Laura Moynihan, for the record, I've been helping Mr. Blessington out. I just wanted to point out a couple of things on the photographs that he gave you. Those lots were smaller than this lot. So 25 Harrington Street, the lot size was 4,800 square feet, which I think is significant to
It
the
is.
coverage approval. On 97 Priscilla, it was 6,800 square feet. On 43 Great Bay, which is the closest one, it was 3,900 square feet. So you've got smaller lots with coverage in excess of 20%. And also, if you look at the GIS map and you look at the 2 lots, there's 2 lots or 2 houses abutting, that those look like they're on, well, if you look at those lots and you look at the lots all through on the GIS map, there are many small lots, obviously, we all know in this neighborhood. So anyway, just add that. Thank you.
That's helpful. It's the applicant that needs to give us that information. We need to get it into the record. All right, any other questions from the board? Board's pleasure.
Make a motion to close?
Second.
All right, Mr. Zelinski and Mr. Foreman, all those in favor of closing this hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. What action would the board like to take?
Motion to approve?
Second, Mr.
All
Foreman's
right,
motion.
Mr. Foreman, Mr. Zelinski, let's start with our findings. Those reasons that we would be able to approve this application.
This does not, it meets the setback requirements in terms of the addition, right?
Yep.
Doesn't add substantial bulk from the, as viewed from the road. It's in keeping with the neighborhood in terms of the, how many lots, how many did he showed us? Showed us 4 or 5.
It's everything under 240-69E. They also have direct abutters supporting his application.
Wouldn't necessarily be a finding for us to approve this, though. I mean, it will be reflected,
True.
but it's not one of the reasons we approve. Okay?
So,
I think that's good on the findings.
yeah,
And I think it meets the requirements of 216 as well.
yeah,
All right, the conditions you'd like to
as
impose
per plans.
per plans.
But I would like to condition that the stormwater's maintained on the property.
Yep, that's why I asked that question. And the finding on that would be that the applicant indicated that he would be able to maintain the runoff on the property. Maximum of 3 bedrooms,
Yeah,
no accessory buildings.
Correct.
That's right.
sounds good.
Okay. Suri, anything
The
else?
basement's only used for storage. That's what I'm finding.
It doesn't meet the criteria of a bedroom if they finished it with, if we finished a basement, so. A lot of people that have
Oh,
little
no
space in
living.
their
Yeah.
basement. And you're limiting it to 3 bedrooms anyway, so.
So anything else? Suri? Okay. All right.
Site visit.
With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Unanimous vote. Good luck on that, Mr.
that's
Blessington.
one I went to.
Okay.
I saw it.
I'm going to hand those back. And good luck, sir. Our next application is 10713, and I would ask the clerk to read that into the record.
Thank you.
All set?
Yep.
Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws, you are hereby notified that Catherine Noam, trustee of East Falmouth, applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals pursuant to Sections 240-23I to construct an addition to the rear of an existing 3-bedroom, single-family dwelling, creating an accessory apartment by relocating 1 bedroom on a residential C-zone parcel located in coastal pond known as 41 Sadie's Lane, East Falmouth.
Who's going to make the presentation on this? Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Jerome Morse,
Jerome.
from J. Morse and Sons, remodeling and building. I've been in the building field for approximately 35, 40 years. And I was contracted by Kay Naomi and her son Andrea to build this in-law apartment. And the reason for building this would be future usage by Kay's son, so that he can have share part of the house. But Kay would have her private dwelling for herself to reside in. It's a simple 16 by 16 foot square addition that would be built attached to the rear of the garage. It also includes the conversion of the existing garage as to become living space. That area in the existing garage would become like a living room and a kitchenette. I checked all the bylaws that I could find and everything, and it seems like we met all the criteria. So that's why we've been moving ahead. This has been in the development stage now for, I'd say, probably 9 months or so. So we put a lot of planning into this project, and we're hopeful that we can move forward with it. 3 weeks ago, Mrs. Naom contacted me and advised me that we should, there's a development association in there on Sadie's Lane. And she said that we should, it was important that I contact the head of the association. His name is Chris Raffes, I believe he's present here. And I responded immediately, went over to introduce myself to Chris, and provided him with a plan and what our intent was. And he seemed to be responsive to the plan that I explained to him. And I think it was already mentioned in your beginning description of the project that it's going to remain, it's an existing 3-bedroom home now, and it's going to remain that way. We're going to convert one very, very small bedroom into a study by removing the door, enlarging the opening to 4 foot, and casing it in. Basically, I think that's about everything that's involved. It's pretty simple, pretty cut and dry.
Okay, Jerome. What we'll do is we'll listen to the clerk share with us the other department comments, any correspondence, and we'll ask you some questions, okay?
Engineer, no comment. Health. The proposal calls for modifying 1 bedroom on the main level to a room with insufficient privacy, unsuitable for use as a sleeping room. By removing the door and constructing a 4-foot cased opening, this conversion creates a 1-bedroom credit that can be applied to the proposed in-law apartment.
You did well.
He did well. There's a copy of the septic as-built. Concom has no comment. There's an aerial view. Water has no comment. Planning, no comment. And nothing on the other side, just the worksheet.
Okay. Patty, you want to start off first?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Scott?
You know, I don't have any either.
Ken?
No.
David?
Jerome, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Yes.
You said it was an in-law apartment, so I'm just looking at the bylaw. And the house of the accessory apartment will be owner occupied for 7 months or more?
Excuse me?
7 months or more will be owner occupied, that home?
Yes.
And I saw your worksheet, the accessory apartment is 27% of the floor area of the residence, is that fact?
That sounds
So it has to be under 30?
yes.
You already spoke about the bedrooms. Will not be used for commercial accommodations or summer rental,
No,
is that correct?
that's correct.
Can you talk about the height of the 16 by 16 addition? Is that going to be the same ridge height as existing?
That's going to be an opposed ridge, so it will stay below the ridge. You won't see the ridge of the addition from the street. It will tie in and come at a 90-degree angle to the existing slope of the house.
Okay, and the parking, is that gonna be adequate out front, that driveway?
I believe there's room for probably 4 cars.
Let me see. I think that'll do it for me. Thank you.
You guys
Thank
all
you.
through?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Owner occupied.
Good job.
Jerome, are you aware of the requirement for the family or otherwise affordable unit for this accessory apartment? If it's not used by family, it has to become an affordable unit?
No, it wasn't, that didn't come into play because it was never, I don't believe, a question.
It's on the information that I gave you, and Mrs. Nolan, you, I think both of them, and
Yeah.
it states the covenant as well. Am I correct, Chairman?
It does, and also it's in the regulation that you looked at. So I guess what I want to say is, will the unit always be used for either family or affordable rental?
I would say yes to that, yes.
Okay. And it will not be used for a summer rental at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. I have no other questions either. Sri, any questions?
I did speak with them about the covenant and told them that I would give them a template that they would need to file with the registry of deeds, because that is part of the requirement.
Right.
And in that states that it will not be used as a rental, and it will be used either for family or as an affordable rental in the event anything changes. And I believe under 24216J, it will be required if it's an affordable to be
Okay. But I just wanted to get that in the record in order for us to make a finding in order to support that, okay?
Yes, understood.
So you're understanding and agreeing to that, okay? Is there any comments or questions from anyone here? Okay. We're all set with the association?
We're pleased to have Kay proceed with her.
Okay, all right. So, with that, board need any additional information?
Motion to close. Second.
Okay, Mr. Zelinski, Mr. Foreman, all those in favor of closing this hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. All right, what action?
I missed that vote. I apologize.
Zelinski, Foreman.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Unanimous.
Thank you. All right, what action would the board like to take?
Motion to approve?
Second it.
Okay, Mr. Foreman, Mr. Zelinski, motion to approve. All right, the findings in order to support this.
In keeping with the neighborhood.
Meets the criteria of...
240-23I.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and a finding that the applicant has acknowledged all of those and willingness to comply with 240-23I.
And the affordability requirement.
Okay. I don't think there are
This
any other.
association, that we have nothing to do with that.
Well, I think as a finding, the association, there is a development association, and there has been no objection.
Yeah.
Finding only.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right, the conditions.
Per plan.
Okay, per plans. I think we ought to say that.
Suitable covenant to be
Yep.
filed.
The suitable covenant. A maximum of 3 bedrooms on the property, including the main dwelling and the accessory. I think we need to reinforce that den room will have a case opening, 4 foot. And the plan did show an unfinished basement.
But you're not conditioning it
No.
to remain unconditioned?
No.
Okay, so it'll be 3 bedrooms on subject property?
Right.
In central, right?
Okay?
And then the den will have a 4 foot, do you agree with that?
Yep,
Okay, so.
that's what the plan shows.
And I asked
That-
this to the covenant?
Yep.
And that should be submitted prior to certificate of occupancy, final sign off, no certificate of
Right.
final sign off.
There isn't a drawing for that you know, that height, should we mention something in there? Because then it would,
I put that in the thing, if you'd like to find it, that the addition will have a 90-degree slope down and cannot be seen from the road.
yeah, that would sound good.
Good with that, Mr. Haddad? Set with that?
All right, anything else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. Good luck with that project. Thank you, Jerome.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Our next application is 10813. And I'll ask the clerk to read that into the record.
Yes, I'll say.
Yep.
Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws, you're hereby notified that Applin L. Headley of East Falmouth, Mass. applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals pursuant to Sections 240-162A-F to have a home occupation landscape company with a truck and a trailer parked in the driveway on an 11,229 square foot agricultural B zone parcel known as 33 Jamie Lane in East Falmouth.
Is that woman with public displays of affection still out there?
Yeah, she's
God bless her. All right. Ms. Headley?
Hi, good evening. My name is Applin Headley.
Headley, thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We
Ken.
can do it both ways. And I currently operate a landscaping home occupation business along with my husband.
Could I interrupt you just for a second? Nathan, do me a big favor. Ask them to exit quietly.
Wow.
The enforcer.
I like it.
I just want to make sure that we hear you and everything that you're trying to
Right.
tell us, okay? All right, thanks, Mrs. Headley.
Yeah, I currently operate a home occupation landscaping business along with my husband at 33 Jamie Lane in East Falmouth. We have a truck and a trailer. We have reviewed all the criteria and bylaw codes. We will have no employee working in the business. Our hours of operation will be from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. off-season, and we are anticipating that we'll do 7:30 a.m. through 6:30 p.m. in the summer. We will not be storing any chemicals, fuels, fertilizers, or bricks on the premises. And also, I submitted a plan that shows that the office space is only 3% of the dwelling unit. And, we'll have the trailer park in an area that, will be hardly visible to the neighbors.
Okay,
That's pretty much,
nice job. All right, we're going to ask the clerk to just review any referrals and correspondence. We'll ask you some questions.
Engineering, no comment. Health, no comment. There is a as-built for a septic system in here. Planning has no comment. That's it for that. There's a certificate of registration for the CDL vehicle, the commercial vehicle.
Just what was the weight on that, do you know?
2002, it's a one-ton dump truck.
And the trailer was?
So they got it registered, total registered weight, 12,000, so they got it registered for 6 ton. That's the truck. And the utility trailer is 8,000 pounds, so that's a combined weight of 20,000, that's a 10 ton. That's, the truck and trailer is registered for 10 ton.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
That's all that's in there.
Okay, David, do you want to start first?
Certainly. Do you own the property at
Yes.
33 Jamie Lane? And you said it's just your husband and yourself that are the employees of the company?
Yes, we no longer employee.
Are you planning on stockpiling any material there?
Not at all.
Do you do any maintenance on the property to your equipment?
No.
No?
No.
Wrong one.
And you're just gonna have that dump truck and that trailer? I think you gave me the lengths of those.
Yeah, the truck is
17-foot Chevy and a 13-foot trailer. And if you had any additional equipment stored back there, you know you could be asked to come back before the board. You know, if you need another trailer, another dump truck, another pickup, you understand that, right?
Which we won't.
Okay. And I got your hours of operation, 7:30 to 5 and 7:30 to 6:30 during the summertime. But the days of the week?
Mondays through Saturdays, but we.
Monday
we
through
won't be
Saturday?
doing any business on Sundays.
No business on?
No, on Sundays.
That'll do it for me, thank you.
Okay, Ken?
You show a reserve area on the plan. Can you,
No, for the house.
behind the dwelling? I think it's behind it, yeah. You know what that, does that refer to the septic? Okay, so I just wasn't sure if it referred to some activity of the business or if it was just the septic. Okay. And the only other, approximately how many clients do you guys serve?
Approximately, at the moment, 15.
Okay.
I missed that, what was that?
15?
15 what was
At the-
Clients.
At the moment.
Well, we hope it grows. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay. Scott?
Mrs. Healy, how many vehicles do you own total?
We have, it would be 5 total, with the truck, 3, and then the trailer and the truck.
Okay,
I have a car, my daughter, and my husband.
okay. And there is no apartment downstairs?
No.
There's no rental in that house at all?
No.
Okay. All right, so there's 5 vehicles total, counting the truck?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Patty?
All questions have been
Asked and answered.
asked and answered.
All right. And I have no additional.
I have one more.
Go ahead.
Is there anyone else living there with you that
There's a vehicle.
that has a vehicle that's there? The reason I ask is because I've been by there 3 times, and there's always quite a bit of vehicles there.
Well, my daughter has a car.
Yeah.
And then I have, and then my husband has, and then we have the truck and the trailer.
But that's it, that's the only people living there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Suri, any questions?
No,
Okay. Anyone here have an interest in this application? Okay. Boards have enough information?
Make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Mr. Haddad, Mr. Foreman. All those in favor of closing this hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. All right, what action would you like to take?
I'll make a motion to approve application 108-13.
Okay, Mr. Haddad and Mr. Foreman. All right, what are the findings that you have to support approval of this project?
No testimony that there are no employees coming onto the site,
No non-family
no
employees?
non-family employees.
Okay.
The list of the,
according to 24162A through E.
Yeah.
That'd be
And
easy,
finding
yeah.
is the applicant is here because of F1, the size of her lot.
Yep.
That's the only reason why she's here.
Mhm.
So you want those as findings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Succinctly put.
Yeah, perfect. The hours of operation will be 7:30 to 5, 7:30 to 6:30 during the summer months.
So those are findings?
Monday
That she
through
gave testimony
Saturday.
to, and then, or did we move?
Yeah, these are findings.
Okay.
No storage on the site was in testimony.
Yep.
testimony was that is one truck and one trailer, 2 vehicles associated with the business.
Remain a single-family dwelling.
Office space occupies, well, the testimony was 3%, but I think we could,
Criteria of 2.5.
I think we just say it meets the criteria. Maybe the office will grow.
Siri, would a finding and a condition be that any more equipment added come back before the board?
The testimony that she understood that,
Right.
and then if the board conditions, and I think it should be conditioned so that you can watch the growth, because it could possibly change into a home business, home-based service business, excuse me. I'm not here tonight.
Yes, you are.
Okay. It is a special permit. Are you happy with it meeting the requirements of 216?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, conditions?
The hours of operation that I stated before, 7:30 to 5, 7:30 to 6:30 during the summer months, Monday through Saturday.
Okay.
She did state that there was going to be no storage of fuel.
I think that's an important one.
Okay. No maintenance of equipment or vehicles on site?
Correct.
Remain a
Also-
single-family dwelling.
Remain a single-family dwelling?
And that equipment that she was going to have on site was just that 17-foot dump truck and the 13-foot trailer.
However, what I'd like to suggest is any substitution of those vehicles, trucks wear out and they get replaced, any substitution, and I do mean that word, to be administratively approved by the zoning administrator, any additional vehicles or change in vehicles to be a modification.
Fair enough.
That's good.
As long as it falls within the 20,000-pound.
Any substitution, you change a one-ton truck to a Chevy versus a Ford,
Yeah.
the administrator's going to approve it. I mean, typically, we have registrations in the file, but I think it becomes burdensome if somebody replaces that
Right, you're
pickup
right.
truck or the dump truck to have anything other than the administrator approve it, so.
Right. But then if they decide to add a Bobcat, they'd come
But any
before us.
additional vehicles or equipment, or changes in the vehicle or equipment, a modification. Okay? All right, anything else, sir? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote.
Well, her plans shows where
Yes.
it's going to be, so I'll just enhance that.
Yes,
per
you
plan.
can.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. All right. I would like the board to entertain a motion to change the order of the remaining agenda and take application 11613 next, to be followed by application 11013.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of that change, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous.
David, I got all this?
Okay.
Yes, you did.
All right, we're going to ask the clerk to read into the record the application for Michael Hogan and Jacqueline Conroy.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck on that project. Do me a favor, just follow up the zoning administrator within the next couple of days?
Great,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws, you are hereby notified that Michael P. Hogan and Jacqueline S. Conroy of Falmouth, Mass. Apply to the Zoning Board of Appeals pursuant to Sections 240-3 to modify a special permit, 20-11 to construct a second story, to construct a second story to the pre-existing non-conforming three-bedroom, single-family dwelling located on a 17,289 square foot residential C-zone parcel known as 11 Packet Lane in Falmouth.
Mr. Swain, also known as our enforcer this evening.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Swain, owner of NH Swain Custom Builders. I'm asking for a special permit to construct an addition, which we will be removing 2 bedrooms on the first floor and adding them on the second floor, which there will also be a loft.
Anything else?
That's pretty much cut and dry there.
I couldn't figure out how to distribute it. Hold on until we all make sure we have the plans.
Sure.
Do one of these.
You have that site plan, right? One of those. Doesn't really show much about that. These are all copies.
This too. Patty. That's floor plan.
Oh, here we go.
That goes to them.
That's better.
Floor plan, Patty. Okay, she's good.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. We will
Just one?
take a look at referrals, correspondence, ask you questions.
Standard engineering, building, no comment. Health department, the existing dwelling has 3 bedrooms. Proposed alterations yield 3 bedrooms according to the plans in the file. No objections as long as the structure remains a 3-bedroom dwelling. Either he's writing bigger or I'm reading better. Water department wants 1-inch service.
Just one.
Planning, no comment. Concom, no comment. And there's an overhead aerial. That's it,
There'll
Mr.
be a
Chairman.
second
Yeah.
floor.
What are we missing?
We're faulty in our plans here for the moment. We don't seem to have the second floor, these aren't packeted.
There is no second floor existing, he's
No.
proposing a second floor.
We don't, but we don't have that.
Is there a plan of the
Do you have
proposed
that?
construction on the second floor?
We have,
Yeah, there's elevations.
There's everything
Here
here.
it is.
but it's
The
not-
second page.
It's not across, well, none of us, the rest of us have that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A1,
Was this not put
A2.
together correctly?
No.
I apologize.
David, does have that?
No.
No.
Okay, you take this one.
Because you have one, you
I
have
have
one.
one.
Okay.
Everybody okay down there now?
No, I'm.
We're getting there.
I'm not.
We don't
I
have
still
that.
have multiples of the first
We don't have
floor.
that one either.
And I don't know whether that's existing or proposed. I think that's existing.
This is existing because it's got the 3 bedrooms on the main level.
Is that
I mean, on the,
Right.
older.
So
That
I'd like
was the
to,
other,
Yeah,
I'd
we
like
don't,
to
we don't have a copy of that.
I'd like to have an existing of the
Sorry.
first, a proposed first, and a
Look,
proposed
I'm
second.
sorry, can you
so
share
here's
this with
what's
Scott? I think
Oh,
that'll-
I always share
That's
with Scott.
disappearing.
But that's, but we don't have a
Entry flare
copy.
is opening.
They have,
Is this your fault?
This there goes upstairs.
no, it's the office fault, I apologize. They have a copy.
Yeah, we got it.
everything.
We now got
what's
it.
that?
They've
I got it.
everything.
Okay.
Got it?
So-
Patty, you've got existing as
I'm
well?
fine.
You had it before.
Yeah, I had it
Okay.
before.
So Scott and I have,
Almost what
all
we
right.
need.
So we've got all that. We're ready to ask questions. Ken, you want to start us off?
Who did you ask?
You're
You.
first.
Oh, yeah. I have no questions at this time.
Okay, good, good move. Scott?
I'm actually good too.
Patty?
Did you ask me?
Yes.
Jeez.
I'm fine. I've reviewed, I went to the site, and
All right, so
I
the
don't
lot
have any
coverage
questions.
is
And you don't have
No.
questions?
no increase.
David,
It
questions?
took me a while to figure it out.
Is the lot coverage changing?
No.
And the only reason you're before us is that 7.2 setback on the corner there?
Correct.
That's the only reason you're here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nathan,
Yes.
do you have the plans? Because I
Yes.
want to ask you some questions about the plans. On the proposed first floor, let me see if I can get this straight. We have closets within closets?
Yes.
That's a first for me.
Yeah, she has a lot of shoes.
Okay,
Where's the closet within a closet?
okay. So we removed the bifold door. So the master bedroom is open to what is now a master closet.
Correct.
Oh, that's closet.
but we're adding a door, or we're closing off the doors to the hallways from the master closet.
Correct.
And we're adding a door to what will be a second closet, so there are 2 closets within the master closet.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was reading this correctly.
So this turns into a suite.
Okay.
So they're coming out of the closet.
Let the record show that our zoning administrator says because of the shoes and everything of this individual, that's why they need a second floor. All right, thank you.
Must be Imelda Marcos moving in there.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Sorry.
Driving down the road on this street, this is the only single-story house on the street?
No. I believe to the right and the left, they both,
They both are two-story on both sides.
yes.
This is the only one behind them is a single story, but is this the only one left on the road that is?
Oh, only one left on the road, I think, yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Behind you, the branches have a 1.5 story.
Yes,
And
yeah,
then a 1 story next to that.
yeah, correct.
Sounds rather odd that this is the opposite of what we usually have.
And what are the plans for the basement, Mason?
I believe it's finished.
Okay.
Height to the ridge from grade?
23'5".
I'm sorry, what was it?
23.5.
Seems pretty good.
And it's staying 3 bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Go
Any
to
other
public.
questions? Anyone here have an interest in this application? Okay.
Motion to close?
2, second.
All right, so it's Mr. Foreman, Mr. Zelinski, all those in favor of closing this hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. All right, what action would you like to take?
No increase?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, Mr. Foreman, Mr. Zelinski, what are the findings that you'd like to make in order to support this application? Or this decision on the application?
There's no increase in the non-conformity.
No increase in lot coverage, bedrooms. Conforms to 240, 216.
And I think, did you catch the one, no
No in-
new nonconformities? Yep.
No impact.
Yep.
to the neighborhood?
Okay, and the conditions you'd like to make?
As per plans.
Per plans, maximum of 3 bedrooms.
Right.
Basement not to be used for
Shoes.
bedroom or sleep, not to be used for shoes? I don't think so. Okay,
Definitely.
I think that's it.
Just boots.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. All right, good luck, Mason, thank you for,
Clear explanation,
okay.
once we got the plans.
Make a condition for the motion to go to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, for sure.
Quarter past.
Move.
10 o'clock.
We have a motion by Mr. Zelinski, seconded by Mr. Foreman, to continue our hearings till 10 o'clock. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. All right, thank you to the next applicant for allowing us to take that one out of order. And I will ask the clerk to read the Woods Hole Golf Club request into the record.
Everybody set?
Yep.
Being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11, Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws, you're hereby notified that Woods Hole Golf Club of Woods Hole, Mass. applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals pursuant to Sections 240-3, 240-23D, 240-107B, 240-109B, and 240-109E for a special permit to construct a second building at 161 Quistit Ave for golf course maintenance and administration. Modify appeal number 77-06. This is a 4.94 acre residential A parcel.
Good evening, Mr. Arment.
Good evening, Mr. McNamara and members of the board. I'm Bob Ament. I'm a Falmouth attorney. I represent the applicant, the Woods Hole Golf Course, a Massachusetts nonprofit corporation. And with me tonight is the engineer who has prepared the engineering, the survey and site plans. That's Tom Bunker, the SS Design. Also left in the room tonight are the general manager of the Woods Hole Golf Club, Michael Lawrence, and to his right, your left, is Tom Flaherty. He's the course superintendent. And two young men I've had the pleasure of really only getting to know a little bit tonight. Frank Carpentino, who is the first assistant course superintendent of the golf club, and Craig Sullivan, who is the second assistant course superintendent of the golf club. And their bosses thought it'd be a good idea for them to attend this meeting. This is really a modification of an existing special permit that was issued in 2006. The only member of the board, I believe, who was involved in that was Mr. McNamara, who I think was an associate member of the board at the time. And the building that was approved can be seen on this aerial map, and it was a 7,000 square foot maintenance building. It was a cold storage building. Didn't have water, didn't have heat, doesn't have either of those things today. So this is the golf course property, about 112 acres on two sides of Quissit Avenue. I put this here to just show you where the lot lines are. This is the 4.9 acre piece that's the subject of the application. Some of the golf course is on it. The golf course also owns another 4 acre piece to the north. This parcel is owned by the town of Falmouth. This is the Woods Hole Fire Station. I believe it's 18 acres if I recall. Proposed at one time for affordable housing. We'll see if that ever happens. And then there's a substantial parcel of undeveloped property owned by a trust. I believe it's the Wheeler family that is over here. So we have a piece of property for maintenance facilities for the golf club that has no close by residential abutters and is presently surrounded by golf club property on two sides and across the street, and the town's so-called Webster Woods property to the east. So that's the lay of the land, if you will. And this is the 4.9 acre piece of property. This is the existing cold storage facility with gravel parking. It's really gravel work area, including storage bins that are outside it. And the driveway from Quissit Avenue, which is not proposed to be changed at all, it's presently paved to this point. There's no new paving intended. And this is the location and of the 5,000 square foot building that's proposed. A one-story building that will look very much like the existing building, and I know you have a couple of photos in your file of that building, and I also suspect you've gone to the site. And the proposal is to erect this maintenance building and also some parking. 44 spaces are shown to the west and to the south of the building. There's also a small structure over here that's proposed, and that is a washdown pad for equipment. It's presently located elsewhere on the golf course property. It's on this property, and it's going to come over here. Now, the purpose of all this is to consolidate, for efficiency purposes, the maintenance activities. But in addition, I've been talking this evening with Tom Flaherty and his assistants to get an idea about what's happened with the golf courses in general and with the Woods Hole Golf Course. Woods Hole Golf Course in the last years has expanded its irrigation system. Instead of having a single irrigation line running down the middle of fairways, it now has two, and effectively there's much more area of the golf course to be managed and to be well maintained. In addition, the standards for the golf course and the standards in the industry and the ability to fine-tune very exacting standards of the height of grass on green and so on has changed, and the expectations of golfers at the Woods Hole Golf Course in any case have increased, so that the amount of time, the amount of effort, the budget, and the amount of employment, which I think is a good thing, has increased. So there are about twice the number of employees on the ground crews today than there were 10 years ago, and that number actually is around 25 people are maintaining the golf club, the grounds, that is, during the summer. In addition, the existing facilities, which are in a building along Quistit Avenue, have inadequate employee spaces for lockers, for lunchroom, for bathroom facilities. There are employees of both male and female today, and there are not proper bathroom facilities for both sexes. So simply providing a suitable space for an increased number of employees with additional equipment is the reason for the construction of this building, which, unlike the cold storage building next to it, will be heated and have water, obviously, for the staff and for operations. So you've seen the building location. We've submitted floor plans and building elevations to you. The parking area, you can see with these green dots indicating more buffer evergreens. 18 more trees will be planted simply as a buffer from the street. Some bushes were planted following the 2006 approval. The idea for the amount of parking that's shown is that obviously there's a significant need just for the grounds crew. If this industrial space, actually there's a formula in the bylaw that says one space for every 300 square feet. That would actually be 40 spaces. We're showing 44 spaces because the goal is to be able to accommodate more employees of the golf course in this somewhat remote parking area. There are more than half a dozen employees in the summer in the pro shop, and 20 or more people in the clubhouse during the busy times. So presently, there's employee parking along the driveway of the golf club. This is going to be a better situation for all involved, and it provides a little bit of flexibility in event parking for the club to have that developed. We've had site plan review, and we've been to the design review committee, and you've received approvals from both. I don't know if you need more information.
We'll ask if we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the clerk to just review the referrals and correspondence.
Okay, Design Review Committee. The committee reviewed this application for the new construction of a second building at 161 Quistit Ave in Woods Hole on 494-acre parcel. It will be the same height as the existing building, as well as the same siding and window designs. There will be an additional tree planted at the property edge of the road. The DRC approved the site plan, which included the landscape, and had no further recommendations for the project. The committee recommends this project to all the above boards. Engineering has a blurb, well, not a blurb, but an extra paragraph to their normal stamp. It is not clear what material the parking areas will be, but there does not appear to be any stormwater management proposed if it is impervious. No further comment. The water department, we need more information Where is building located on lot? Water to building, fire service, domestic, with a question mark. God. The proposed septic system to serve the proposed maintenance and administration building is not described in great detail, but appears to be feasible. On the strength of information provided in the architect's floor plan and the site plan, I am comfortable indicating that the suitable subsurface sewage disposal system for this building could be designed and permitted. The health department would be looking for such a plan at the time of a building permit application is submitted. I'm like, do I have your glasses on?
You must, because you've done a great job tonight.
Concom, no comment. Oh, there's an aerial view. Building, no comment. Planning. The planning board will be conducting a site plan review for the above project on December 10th. And then there's a transmittal letter.
Which year? No, I'm kidding.
There is correspondence from Siri to Bob on a couple of occasions. I don't need to write. This is what we from Mel Trott to Siri. We looked at the site plans for the proposed golf maintenance facility at 161 Quistit Ave and have no concerns at this time. With the project moving forward, we will address building concerns during the plan review process with the building department.
That's the fire department.
Planning board referral. That's it.
Do we have a copy of the site plan review, I thought?
Yes, it's in there.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
All right.
Orange. Just the conditions, yeah.
The plan shall be constructed as approved. Any changes will be reviewed by the planning board to determine if a modification of the decision is necessary pursuant to 240-183B of the zoning bylaw. No permit for full or partial occupancy shall be issued until the planning board is satisfied that the conditions of this approval have been met.
Okay,
Now that's it.
that's great. All right, we'll start with questions with Mr. Foreman.
Okay. So, does this mean that you're abandoning the existing facility on off Quistit?
No, given the expansion of need, as I've described, both facilities will be used by the course maintenance folks. There will also be some room in that building created for storage associated with the clubhouse. The purpose of that is to allow the clubhouse to buy in greater quantities because there's limited storage at present time, and also to keep trucks off of out of the very congested area near the pro shop. But there's going to be no.
So that's good. That's my second question was, are there additional vehicles that are going to end up at this location?
Well, to the extent that
other than the cars parking from the employees.
More of the trips of course maintenance vehicles will be going to that facility than to the existing facility.
So will this increase the number of vehicles that have to transit onto Quistit Avenue up the road at 3 miles an hour?
It may, and of course that the distances involved, the use of the public ways by golf course maintenance vehicles is regulated by statute, and it is limited in terms of the distances that those vehicles can travel, and these driveways that the course vehicles use are within that limit.
So there is an existing path, which is actually shown in part on the plan here, that ties in to at least the...
I'm not sure that existing path is being used. Is it continue?
We're not going to capture your testimony unless you come up and introduce yourself and tell us at the microphone, okay? You may.
Should I identify myself?
Please. Sure.
Tom Flaherty, Superintendent. We have a path right here on 15th hole, this is 15th green here, and so we do have access, I think you were referring to.
Yes, that's the path.
That will stay open. So we'll actually have more opportunity to stay off the road than we currently do because of the volume of people transiting from the building on Quissit. So, and we also have an opportunity here. Here is a pathway to the 16th
Right.
tee. So we are going to start to use and make a path that will get us straight across so we don't have to transit as much. Of course, we will transit Quissit, but I think less once this building is up than we do currently.
Okay, so I mean, that's a interesting response, and I guess one question I have is, might there be some improvements to the existing path? And you're saying you're going to construct a new path so that you can go directly across the street.
It would be completely natural, though. There'd be no asphalt involved, and there's no asphalt here either. This is all natural.
I understand that, and I'm wondering if that's adequate.
I think so. We're not increasing the size of the staff. We have no anticipation that our staff is going to continue to grow. So the staff that we've had now for the last 5 or 6 years, we can be as high as 20 or 25 people in season, will stay at that level.
But
so I don't really see that there's going to be any more traffic.
That's a little different than what Bob said, but.
Yeah, because it was 2 times the number of employees.
10 years ago. My staff grew quite a bit 10 years ago and has grown to a level now that it's about 20 to 25, okay, based on the demands of the club.
Are those pathways used primarily for foot traffic, or are they capable of handling vehicle traffic?
Utility vehicles.
Right. Which is the bulk of the
yes, sir,
stuff that transits on.
Sure, and fairway mowers,
right.
The occasional tractor.
They're all going to be adequate for that.
Not a problem.
Is there any reason why we don't show on the plan this proposed new path?
It's a concept. It's not, we have not, it's how we plan to operate, but it's not part of this proposal. It's not, it's okay.
Well,
it might be.
It might end up being, yeah, let me put it, it's conceivable that it could end up being a concern of the board, is you're moving a significant portion of the operation some distance from being closer to further and involving potentially more transit onto Quissit, which...
So really what I'm suggesting to you is we have immediate access to this side of the golf course, which is 2/3 of the property, coming right out without ever getting on Quissit.
Yeah.
We have that same situation right now on Quissit at the old building where we are adjacent to the second fairway.
Right.
So most of our transiting is from that existing building across.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be concentrated down here now, and we can get to this side of the golf course right here without doing a thing. It's an asphalt cart path.
Right. So
we will actually be lessening our travel on Quissit because we're immediately adjacent to this road and this road. Both exist currently.
What Tom Flaherty is suggesting is that this will be an improved condition.
I understand he's suggesting that. I'm trying to understand how it works.
Well, he's saying that there'll be less traffic, less travel from the existing maintenance building, farther to the
materials that are on this site.
We'll be right there.
You'll be right there.
That's right. I think we have some concern about being required to create another curb cut. I'm not sure how much we've explored that, and of course that would require additional permitting from others in town.
So, I mean, would a reasonable condition be to require that you go use that existing utility path on let's see, what's this, the
East.
south side, is it? Or-
Here?
Yeah.
West.
West side, and then go across where the cart path is?
Yes, it would be-
Rather than
yes,
traveling
yes, it would be
up
reasonable.
Quistit, up
Yes.
the roadway?
Yep.
Okay, so that's one issue that I had. Stormwater, which was raised in the referrals, is there an answer to that?
Yes. In response to Sri Boudreau's couple of emails, we went about gathering information to answer those questions well. The latest plan, which you have, is dated, I believe, the 7th of January. There were some very slight elevation changes and grade changes in the parking area so that the runoff all flows to a point right here. The plan shows the piping of that runoff to this low spot over here. This portion of the piping already exists, and Tom has stated in an email which I forwarded to Sri that the low area over here is adequate to hold all of the stormwater runoff.
Is that a vernal pool?
No.
Okay.
And it's the existing runoff area for the work area.
So the surface on the parking area is
All gravel.
crushed stone?
Crushed, yep. So we will, we've applied for permission to have an alternate parking surface.
And these parking spaces that are drawn on here, those are just concept, there's not going to be any
To
smooth striping or-
indicate the size of the parking area and the number of spaces a number of cars that can park there.
How much is the grade change here? There's a significant retention wall shown.
I'm going to have Tom Bunker ask that.
At the retaining, Tom Bunker, yes, so. At the retaining wall, you said?
Yeah.
It's about 20 feet
Wow, okay.
at the highest point
The
there.
washdown area, which you said you're moving?
Yes, presently it's next to the building along Quistit Avenue.
What gets washed down?
Just the equipment, that is mowers, which of course have a lot of grass in them, and the like. Yep.
So it's just what's coming off of there is water? I mean, is there any oil, grease, any of that?
And what's coming off of them is what the grasses include, which of course involves some additives. We'll get it wrong if I say what they are, but all of the clippings are then put into a device which designed by Steve Boyd of Hydros that removes nitrates and cleans the effluent, the water from that, so that what goes into the ground is actually less detrimental than if it stayed, if it wasn't treated.
So...
Is that described somewhere?
There is a little
No.
thing on the plan.
I mean,
that
I
says-
have a letter describing it. I haven't filed it.
There's a little thing on the plan that says water treatment, washdown water treatment system. So you do capture the runoff, is the point.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And we treat it.
And you treat it.
I can read to you, and I'll be happy to give you a copy of what we have about it.
I think providing a copy is going to be fine. I don't think you need to read it.
He specifically, I just say, he says the end result is grass clipping-free liquid with reduced nitrogen and other active components of insecticides, herbicides, fungicides that are introduced with the grass clippings are reduced. So Tom Flaherty says there are 3 of these devices being used in the country, and it's a novel and effective approach.
if it's right. How many vehicles, in addition to what's currently there? You said there'd be more, but I don't think you gave a number.
Well, I don't think I said there were going to be more from what there are now. I said there's been an increase over the years, which is the reason why what was built some years ago and isn't sufficient anymore. If you want to know how many vehicles there are, then I bet Tom can answer that.
Okay, I would like to know that.
Okay, well, Tom, I'm sure, can describe the fleet.
Do I need to reintroduce myself?
No.
It's variable, season to season. A lot of times we'll have a number of retired guys on the crew who may only work 10 to 12, 15 hours a week. But I'd say in general, we're looking at about 20.
I'm not talking so much about the personal vehicles of...
Utility vehicles.
Yes.
Additional, I mean, how much are we're not going to be adding anything new to our equipment inventory because of this building.
But it's relocated.
Correct.
So how many are coming on to here that were elsewhere before? And where are they coming from?
The building on Quissit.
Okay.
That would be 127 Quissit.
Okay.
And so what would be coming are I don't have an exact inventory for you because we're going to continue to use that space as well. So not that many, actually. The building that you have the plans for in front of you are for basic maintenance on these vehicles, the sharpening, the care. So there may be a few walking greens mowers and some small trailers that we would use to tow rotary mowers around the club with, but there's not going to be a giant shift of equipment down to this space. This is going to be mostly administrative, offices, and a work area for a mechanic or two.
Right. You have 2 garage ports. It looks
2 ports, 2 lifts.
Carpentry, grinding, and then a break room, and your offices. Okay, I think that might do it for me at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Scott?
No chemicals or pesticides stored in the building, right, Bob?
Any storage of those materials will be in the existing building, and that's existing and not changing.
Okay, and there's not much change from, I think, did you describe the area as gravel already where that building's going? So there's really not much difference from the roof runoff to what's existing there?
Well,
as far as
yeah, well, the gravel, that's true, because the existing gravel line runs through the building.
Okay, I'm good. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, David?
The storage of materials, those are still going to remain in those bins? I know we have the permits, it's sand, loam, that sort of thing, but I did see
Yeah, there's
wood chips outside of those bins. Is that going to be?
I think what you see there is what will continue to be there. So if you saw some mulch and you saw sand, and yeah, one of the issues that the board dealt with and the golf club dealt with in 2006 was that it wasn't very well maintained, or not adequately at the time. And I think if you've been there recently, you've seen that it's a pretty neat operation.
It is, but I did see stockpiling of the mulch and the wood chips, so I didn't know if that was going to be contained.
Well, I think we'd like you. I think we'd like to be able to maintain neat piles of materials like that. Given the location, the size of the lot, and the surroundings, it wouldn't seem to have any detriment.
All right. Is there going to be any sleeping accommodations in that building?
I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Got that
I'm
right?
not saying if someone's going to sleep, but is that going to be set up for sleeping accommodations?
No.
No.
This is the superintendent's office.
No, he does his question. Let me answer that question. Do you foresee any increase in deliveries on that lot now that you have that second building?
For your operations, Tom?
Not to speak of, we don't inventory a lot.
Tom? Thanks.
We don't inventory that much material, so certainly there will be deliveries. We take most of those bins, we take in specialized loams and sand and gravel They'll all continue to come to this location. And we are going to continue, as you know, to store our pesticides, and the limited amount of fertilizers that we inventory will stay at that same location at 127. So I don't see that there'll be a broad change at all.
And Tom, you did say that the employees are now going to, the parking of their personal vehicles going from that other building down to this one.
Correct.
Not mine.
So
You won't see a lot of cars parked at 127.
So there will be an increase of vehicles down.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Which leads to my next question. Was there any thought given to clearing out so you can get a better sight line coming out of that area onto Quistit
As
Ave?
we come out here, it's pretty clear as it is. If you've driven out of
Well, I
it,
saw it, you see it in the winter, I don't know, spring and summer may be different. To me, now you add
we
more
routinely,
trees.
as part of our exercise on these cart paths at 127 and any of the cart path crossings we have and here, we routinely prune them back for those reasons. We just go with them with our loppers and cut them back, and of course they come back. So it's an ongoing maintenance concern for us. And we manage it because especially for the members crossing, we have 4-road crossing for golf carts. And some of those sight lines are much worse than this. So we routinely manage the brush along that road. And I don't know if you noticed, but NSTAR came along a month or two ago. They did a number on Quistit.
You can also note that this is on a relatively straight portion, but then where it curves in both directions, we're on the outside of the curve. So it's not a blind intersection.
But you'll notice on that west side, you can't see any cars coming over that hill until they're right on top of you. But I did note that you did have signage golf cart crossing. I was wondering if you maybe thought about putting more signage, being that you have more vehicles, but you don't seem to...
We have a plan in place to put flashers. It was approved by the Traffic Safety Committee, I believe.
Traffic advisor.
And sometime this spring, we're going to have motion-activated flashers at that rise and on the west end of where the crossings are, heading toward the village of Woods Hole. Where our last crossing would be, there'll be flashers at both ends that are motion-activated, and they'll be in place sometime in March.
Oh, that'd be handy.
Similar to what you see by the library, but not quite as,
So they will be
not quite as verbose as
they'll
that.
be flashing before you can see who's on the path crossing.
Yeah, it'll flash to our benefit and for the benefit.
Right.
The people driving the cars are going to see it, so they're going to slow down.
Right. No, that's a good idea.
It'll be motion activated, and they'll flash for about 10 to 15 seconds, and they'll be deactivated at night. So it'll be just a daytime event.
And the building's going to be same or similar height to the existing, same siding, same type of windows?
Yes, we have, you have building elevations that show that.
I'm talking the actual color, that sort of thing.
Yes.
And just one last thing, I'm a bit troubled by the fire department's referral, that they'll address any concerns with the building department.
Well, they're talking about building permit issues of interior design. They've said, I think, or I certainly heard their referral as saying that in terms of the site design, they don't see a problem. We've designed this so that they can get equipment to all 4 sides of the building, and there's simply, because of the nature of the use, a very large area for turning their equipment. There's also a hydrant right near the 15th green. Not sure it's on the plan, but I didn't see the fire department as having a concern.
It just, I don't know, just, maybe not everybody else, but it just troubles me that we don't seem to get a referral to all goes through the building department when we ask everybody else for one. Maybe you'd have a better
Well, I'm not even,
chance again.
I don't think that the zoning bylaw actually refers to the fire department as a department to receive a referral, but as you probably know, before a building permit is issued, there will be a review of plans. The fire department participates in that, and they're pretty protective of the concerns they have.
And you mentioned those 18 trees that are going to be planted.
And let me just, if I could, also add this building, although I'm not sure it's required, given it's only 5,000 square feet, the intention is to sprinkler this building.
Excellent. And those trees that
We
are
need
planted?
a motion to extend for another 10 minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
18 trees, what are those going to be?
I'm not sure.
Some sort of evergreen, I'm sure.
Yes, currently, when we were given the permit to construct this building, there were Leyland cypress. And we can do that species if there's, somebody prefers some other evergreen, hollies or cedars, they'll be relatively mature trees. The only issue here is they're all understory. This is already pretty well vegetated. So their growth habit is somewhat held back by the fact that they're in constant shade throughout most of the growing season. But these trees are thriving. The 6 that are here, we're going to add 6 more and 12. So we can stick with Leylands because they grow fast, but nothing's going to grow terribly well because they're understory.
All right, thanks, Tom. Thank you.
Patty?
Where, is there a basement under this building?
No.
Where, is it heated?
Yes.
Is it like radiant heat in the slab?
I'm not sure of the answer. Anybody know the answer?
There's no utilities shown on this plan, no place for like a heater.
It may be, Mr. Flaherty says that the plans do show a utility
They
closet.
do, they actually do.
They do?
It's right in the middle on
In
the
the
top.
middle on the,
At the top, in the middle.
Oh, I see it. Great. Okay, I just wanted
it's
to...
the orientation.
So it has heat and air conditioning probably? Must be.
Yes.
And this is a steel
Yes.
prefab building,
Yes.
so it has insulation and the panels and all that stuff.
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Mr. Ahmed is right. I was an associate member in 2006 when this was heard. So it just goes to show if you show up for all these years, you can become chairman. The only question I have, Bob, is that Tom was mentioning where that additional path might be. And could somebody just point that out, because there is a path that's already shown, a 6-foot cart path, so I don't know where Tom's talking about the new path.
I think Tom was suggesting there could be a path.
No, I think he was suggesting a little bit further to,
Well, this is an existing path.
no, that's an existing one, but he was talking about a path off of Quissit.
The other side, it follows straight across.
Okay, so you're not adding a new path, or you
You
are?
don't have to, I probably misspoke when I said to you, I feel like we have an opportunity to transit directly across, but I'm not asking or saying we have to do that. We have 2 great options here and this option here. So if we do go on Quissit.
They already exist. Okay, so there's nothing, I thought I heard you say that there would be a new path.
I had suggested falsely or wrongly suggested that.
Don't do that again.
No, don't do that.
All right, I have no other.
And I have one comment that really is about that. What you've heard tonight is that the intention is to greatly reduce the number of trips on Quissit Avenue that are used. But I would not want the board to impose a condition that there could never be the vehicular traffic that's allowed by law along Quissit Avenue. It will be reduced, but I don't know if it will be eliminated entirely.
No, but I think a proper finding, as I wrote down, would be that through testimony it was indicated that there would be a reduction.
That is exactly correct.
And that's the way I saw it.
Thank you.
Right, because first impression looking at this might have been that there would be an increase, which was
I think your questions were very good, and I'm glad we were able to answer them.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Sari? No. Those that are opposed? I guess none. All right, what action would the board?
I'd like to make a motion to close, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me, before you close, submit that letter about the grass equipment?
Yes, absolutely. I was going to try to have the board work that in one way or the other, but they're willing to give that to us, we will do it.
Second Scott's motion.
All right. Scott, David, all those in favor of closing this hearing, say aye.
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 Opposed? Unanimous vote.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application.
Okay. Mr. Zelinski,
I'll second.
Mr. Haddad. All right, what are the findings that you would like to use to support this application?
I don't feel like it's any more detrimental than what's there. It's adequate, that 4 point, the acreage is adequate for the lot coverage for this.
Okay. I think because there's also been a request for a parking reduction.
We don't need that to include it with the final plans.
Okay. What findings do you want, guys?
No derogation from previous special permit.
That would be a condition.
Right, but
Yeah.
also a finding
Yeah.
that these plans don't
Right.
impact that, that's what I mean.
Right.
Doesn't
And
change the-
incorporate,
and incorporate
right.
that into the
Yes.
The incorporation would be from the other. I think the finding about the intended reduction of traffic on Quistit by transiting utility vehicles, okay? You guys are supposed to be doing this, not me.
They redirected and improved the wastewater runoff into that pool.
Not wastewater, but
I mean,
Stormwater.
stormwater. And they have an improved system for mitigating nitrogen in that new system that they're putting out.
relocated system.
Is it the same one, though?
Relocated.
Is this an upgrade, Bob, or is it
No,
the
it's the
same
same.
one?
Is it? I like it anyway.
okay. The conditions then,
As per plan submitted.
okay?
Trees.
I think that's part of the plans. We'll incorporate the site plan review
Design review.
and design review. David, did you want to put restrictions on the number, or the types of trees that were going to be planted? I didn't follow your question.
I think it was just evergreens, Leland's.
Leland cypress.
And I don't think we should
suggested-
condition.
Giving them a hard time.
You can't condition piles of, you don't want to condition them piling mulch and wood chips, though, right?
They're allowed to do that.
Right, I mean, you
with
can't-
special permit.
Who's going to spread them out to reuse them?
As Bob mentioned, and it was an issue I was going to bring up, that in 2006, one of the concerns was, it was a pretty trashy site. And they've done a lot, and by not derogating from the prior special permit, there's going to be a requirement for them to continue to maintain them.
Right.
I don't think, back even in 2006, we put restrictions on what square footages of mulch would be, et cetera. That's over the top.
Beautiful course.
So, the only other I wasn't sure with your line of questioning. The only other condition that I would like to suggest the board consider is installing, and because this hadn't really come before us, whatever this type of system is for the wash pad. Since we're installing it, that there will be some kind of, whatever this is described, it doesn't have to be that manufacturer name.
Maintenance of it?
Yeah, well, not, but a type of system that will reduce nitrogen and capture the clippings, whatever, as described here.
Is that a condition or a finding? I'm sorry.
I think it's a fine, but I'd like it to be a condition.
What is,
But it's already there and they're relocating it. So it does exist, and so.
Yeah.
I need to,
and that would-
It's not on this
I
lot,
need to
it's
be
on
able-
their other location.
I got the impression that this is something new.
It's at the maintenance building.
It was over there by the green building. and
No,
they
it's
mo-
not, it's not new, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
And it's over by
Is
the
that one
existing maintenance.
okay, skip it, the finding's fine. Again, given this at the last minute, I thought it was something new that was being imposed. Okay, so, anything else?
And you said to, no irrigation from previous except as stated herein?
That's correct. And incorporate the applicable conditions of the prior special permit.
It is modified, okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's good to see you every 13, 12, 6 years, whatever it was. And thank you for your generosity in allowing us to take it out of order. Okay.
Sorry, I know that.
Man.
All right, let's take that back. All right, we have minutes of December 12th. I know that everyone has had the opportunity to review them. Any changes, modifications?
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Mr. Haddad, Mrs. Johnson, all those in favor of approving the minutes of December 12th, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous vote. Sri has informed me that the Mendoza administrative review will have to be put off again.
I have been working, I have heard from him. Unfortunately, it's more my fault than it is his, because I just haven't been trying to get back to him, but he is working on getting the shed and blah, blah, blah.
Both at Centerville?
Did you guys approve both? You need to approve.
No, we have to
the
approve
5th
these,
as well.
too.
Oh, the only thing that was on the agenda was the 12th.
That's my fault, I apologize.
Yeah, so
Should be both 5th and 12th.
all right, so did everyone have a chance to review the minutes of the 5th?
They were sent out to
Yep.
everybody.
Yeah.
Yep, let's do
Is
it.
there a motion?
To approve those.
Mr. Haddad?
Second.
Mrs. Johnson, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, unanimous vote. Okay. There is no correspondence that I know of. Any future agenda items? I think our agendas are pretty full for the next couple of weeks, so.
I believe how busy with
Okay, so with nothing
Can't
else
believe
to
we
come
did what
before
we did
this meeting, I
tonight.
will adjourn.
them. Saturday,